Morning, everyone.
Morning.
So we're just going to start off with everybody putting their name and role. There's not very many of us. Okay. But we're going to go ahead and put it in the chat this morning. Your name, where you're located, your role. And I don't really know what the question of the morning is. So we'll just go with what's your favorite thing that you're looking forward to in fall, if anybody has any they want to share.
I think we should introduce ourselves though, Julie.
Yeah, sure. I'm Julie. I run a center over in Kitsap County, and I'm one of the co-chairs of this committee. Katie?
Hi, I'm Katie Hudkins, and I'm also a center owner and run centers over in Kitsap County as well. And I am a co-chair of the provider supports of ELAC with Julie.
Not of ELAC, of provider supports.
Oh, provider supports, sorry, yeah.
And I did notice in the some of the documents that went out widely to the committee that they're looking for people to apply for co-chairs. So I don't know, I didn't even ask CE if they had, do they have a link or something that somebody can, or an email that they can use to apply for that? And are you guys, still recruiting? I knew that you were at one point, so.
Yeah, so that's the same call out we had during the last meeting as well. Just there is a vacancy on the executive committee, so we will be accepting, emails of interest on that until we do have that vacancy filled. So we just have 3 questions listed there that we want you to cover. When you could just email CE directly and give us a little blurb about why you're interested in serving on the executive committee. And then I also wanted to put it out there that if anybody is interested but not sure, and if you have questions, please feel free to reach out to CE. And also I'm just going to volunteer Julie and Katie, reach out to them if you have questions as well. But we're happy to connect with anybody who may be interested.
That's great. Okay, so everybody seems like they're already muted. I'm just looking at the virtual meeting protocols. Raising your hand if you have a question or comment, muting yourself if you're not the speaker. And let's see, do we have folks on phone only? I don't know.
I think there's a couple.
Okay, so I know that the minutes from the last meeting and the feedback loop was sent out. Hopefully everybody had time to look at that. I do want to also mention that we want to make sure that there's not anyone monopolizing the time. We don't want to have to implement a timer, but we have had a few meetings where one person has really gone on for very long and it can really throw off the agenda. We also want to make sure that if you have an issue that's very specific to your situation, just throw it in the chat and we can make sure to get it to the right person so that we're not, we're spending the time talking about things that really are pretty relevant to everybody. Also, just a reminder, everybody needs to, we all are, but we want to make sure everyone's respectful to everyone here and to the guests. We really appreciate when DCYF staff take the time to attend these meetings. They were not terribly present last year, and some departments were not. So we want them to feel welcome and come and chat with us. All right, feedback loop. Oh, okay, we've got. There was some feedback from the last meeting. I don't know, if it was just one person that said that we went over, I think, the minutes too long. And folks do have time to review those on their own. If you're not on the email list and you didn't get that information, but you are here, obviously, put your email in the chat and they can add you to the email list to make sure that you're getting the documents ahead of time. Yeah. Was there anything in the feedback loop that anyone wanted to bring up? Chat about? Oh, and thanks for putting the links in there. Got the meeting minutes. Okay, agency updates. So there's an update about the background check. I'm not really sure that that part has much relevancy to providers right now, but I think that they're going to come to a future meeting and talk about that.
I wanted to call out that there is currently an opportunity to provide comment on the federal side of things regarding background checks. So the information, you can find information in the feedback loop about that. We can also send out a specific email, but I know that providers had a lot of feedback to share during our last few conversations, and a lot of that feedback would be properly directed to ACF. So they're accepting public comment. So I really encourage everybody to go take advantage of that. I believe it is open until August 29th or 28th.
That's great. And I just want to call out that I see Debbie Groff is here today. Thank you, because I know Travis couldn't be here last minute. So it's great that you're here. Thank you. Oh, and Ruben's here, so that's fantastic too. Thank you. Okay. Is everybody?
Sorry. Good morning, it's Veronica.
Go ahead.
I have my hand up, but you probably, I think it kind of like blends in, but I had a question. I noticed under the early achievers, it says it's only provider or director and teacher along with early achievers. Is that like the whole supervisor part of early achiever, or is it directly only the coach?
I'm not following the question. I'm really sorry.
Where are you finding that at?
On the feedback loops for June 14th meeting under the early achievers. I think I'm following. And maybe because I went into the agenda part.
I see in the feedback loop, there's stuff about the vaccine mandate saying basically DCYF staff can reapply for their job if they lost it. There's the section on unannounced visits.
I don't see early achievers unless I'm missing a page.
So maybe then it's the agenda that I was reading. Yeah, let me see, vaccine, unannounced, and then recruitment. Yeah, well, it was basically what was talked about last time. So it was in the
Well,
documents.
it may have been the minutes. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
The minutes, yeah, we did talk about it last last meeting. Okay. So what was your question then?
So it says early achievers is part of, reviewing or following and seeing the videos along with directors, or let's say the teacher. My question is it only the early achievers coach, or is it the supervisors that also have access to all the videos, all the QAPs or the goals and stuff?
Oh, okay. So you're wanting to know if anybody beyond your coach at the early achievers level can see the videos. Okay. And I don't know that, but Katie, I know, has been part of that pilot. Do you know that, or should we just forward that question? Aaron, you might want to.
And
I'm pretty sure.
I'm here too. I can take it if you want me to.
Perfect, Deanna, go ahead.
Hi, Veronica.
Hi.
The only people that can view the videos are the coach, the director, the teacher that submitted the video, and then the quality recognition staff that are assigned, that are looking at the videos.
Okay, it's just that this area has our manager wants to be CC'd in everything and wants to be a part of it.
So if you,
And
if you-
supervisors, so some educators would like to keep it confidential. So that's why when I read that, I was like, I wanted to clarify.
I'll drop my email here and then I'll get you connected with the community liaison and she can answer any questions you have. And then I'm sure you can come back to this. I'm not sure what the process is for raising a, if you wanted to talk about it more at this meeting.
It's a pretty easy process, though, that you would be able to communicate with them and then have that ability for whoever to be a part of the process with whoever you choose to. I have currently the largest center that has worked with early adopters with them, with the Early Achievers program. I have 14 classrooms in my center. So, and, you know, with that, we do have turnover. We have, you know, different teachers, different, you know, program supervisors that have come and gone since we first started 2.5 years ago. So, and I know with staff turnover with DCYF and Early Achievers as well. So they're pretty flexible in who you want to be a part and be able to be in your portal available to see videos. But yeah, go ahead and email and they'll be able to get you set up with who and the access.
I'm actually currently working with Early Achievers and a prospective provider. And that's the reason why, because I have had educators that want to have it confidential. And if we're doing changes in the WACs or so, you know, I think it's important to point that out because we want to make sure that our educators are comfortable, especially our Spanish bilingual or Spanish educators that are kind of hesitant to even upload a video. So yeah, so just, but I'll contact you guys.
Okay, yeah, reach out.
Okay, Julie, what did we want to do next now that Eliza is not here?
I'm wondering if Eric is going to be handling that. I was just asking him.
Okay.
You know, I think we do have a solution, it looks like. As
Okay.
you had mentioned, Debbie Groff is here. And what we're thinking we can do is Debbie does have some updates that were passed on to her that were actually going to be shared by Eliza and Travis in relation to the TLS tracker and some of those updates. So we thought maybe we could still do the TLS tracker portion. Debbie's of course going to assist as best she can. Anything we cannot answer, we'll make sure that we grab and capture and then, you know, bring that forward. And then we should be able to do the community review panel presentation. I believe Karen, who was going to be doing that with Travis, is here. I don't know if she's here yet, but she will be, and she'll be taking that on. And then that leaves the Q&A portion towards the end, which we're hoping that maybe Debbie can, of course, she'll still be here and do her best in answering whatever we can. But then ultimately anything we can't answer, of course, making sure we bring that forward. So we should be able to kind of backfill a little. And then some of the other presenters, if need be, we can shift them forward a little bit if we do end a little early. So we'll kind of keep working on that on the back end. Fair?
All right,
So
And Katie, you just let me know when you would like me to start. I'm going to apologize right off the bat. I'm going to read some of Eliza's notes that she had prepared. But again, I appreciate all your patience as we're kind of troubleshooting some illness and other things that have happened to childcare licensing this week. But we'll do our best to give you as much information as we can. And I will stick with you through the day and be here for Q&A and answer as many things as I can at that time.
yeah, well, it's nice to meet you face to face, Debbie. I'm Katie, and well, we're excited that we have you today. Like Julie said, to have you for the day is even more exciting. So yeah, if we well, you have the floor. So Debbie Groff will give us some updates.
Well, thank you, Katie. And I did introduce myself in the chat, but I'll introduce myself again. I am Debbie Groff. I am the Child Care Deputy Senior Administrator. I have been in this role for a couple of months now, but prior to that, I was an area administrator in Region 2. So I have been involved and all things childcare for about 20 years of my career. So I am really looking forward to this partnership and working with you in this committee and to be here as a resource. So I'm going to, my internet is a little unstable. I'm going to take myself off of video and then I will go through my notes that Eliza sent me and we'll just kind of take it from there. Is that okay?
Righty, yeah, sounds
Okay.
great. Thank you.
Okay, so Eliza has them as listed numerically. So she said regarding recommendation number 1, and this is about language access and some of the questions that have come out in regards to language access. So she says, language access improvements are being made at DCYF overall and within the licensing division specifically. Our language access improvements have made interpretation and translation resources more available to our internal staff and as well as our stakeholders. We are providing a little bit more step-by-step instructions in numerous languages, both to our provider world and to our internal DCYF staff. She said the last PS meeting, we discussed needs for improving the LD language access needs data collection. And the licensing division is now working with multiple community partners and other advocates such as SEIU, Child Care Aware, Early Learning Division language access coordinators on making these improvements. Licensing division did complete an instructional one-pager in multiple language on how to request translations. This one pager is being sent out or accompanying any legal letter that is sent to a provider, but we are also looking at other ways and other areas in which that one pager needs to also go out so that providers know and understand how to request language services. Let's see what else. LD is also working with partners representing non-English speaking providers on identifying consistent needs for translation and exploring practice improvements to meet those needs. And then she went on to regarding recommendation number 4. And this is about scheduling quarterly meetings between licensing division, including leadership and Washington state providers. These meetings should be an opportunity for providers to inform DCYF on what they are facing in the childcare sector and include a question and answer session with concrete follow through on unanswered questions. So here's some of the progress that has been made. At the June ELAC meeting, it was discussed how important regional meetings are to effectively meeting this need. And also discussed at that meeting was DCYF's early learning and licensing division leadership began a review of our community engagement practices. We're implementing those recommendations and those processes are forthcoming. Licensing division is restructuring area administration for childcare licensing and will implement regional community engagement practices for more consistency when positions are finalized and filled. And that we're looking for those roles to be filled hopefully by the end of September. So we'll be able to kind of zero in on some areas specific to some cultural competency needs across the state. Everyone is excited to get back into this regional and in-person gatherings. We've actually had a couple things happen so far, and these are just my notes that I kind of added to this, but the Yakima licensing staff attended and offered resources at the United Voices Celebration event on July 22nd in Yakima. The area administrators met with Voices of Tomorrow folks on July 28th, and we are planning a meet and greet community cafe with our providers, hopefully the first or second week and the Saturday in October. And then I have a meeting with our area administrators and some of our supervisors with the Somali Child Care Provider Association folks this Friday to again just try to figure out avenues and paths that we can gather together and meet provider needs, but also recognizing the fact that we need to understand and get to know each other first before we start delving into some of the questions and answers. So we're going to try to provide those opportunities with our licensing staff and with our providers. And then regarding recommendation number 23, and this was to ensure staff members' full names are not listed on childcare check to protect employee privacy. We are, licensing leadership is looking into this right now. We did reach out to Region 10 to find out for sure if there were any federal mandates about putting full names in, found out that there are not. So now we are looking at the best way to gather data with also protecting employees' privacy. So we're trying to figure out what is the best route to do this, whether it be first and last initial, first name, last initial of last name, or initial of last name. So we're trying to figure out the best way to do that to protect folks, but also to give enough information within our licensing practices so that we know who to go back to or to talk to if we needed to reference a specific person. And then regarding recommendation number 36, this is actually going to be covered at this meeting. So this is about the internal review panel, and Karen will be talking about updates to that as we move forward with this meeting. So I rambled that really quickly. I hope somebody takes really quick notes, but I can answer any questions that I might have a little bit more information, but those were the notes shared with me to Travis and I, and hopefully that helped spread a little bit more information.
I do have a question about the regional meetings.
Mhm.
I love that you guys are going to do those. I'm wondering if anyone from statewide leadership will be attending to ensure that there's consistency across the regions.
Well, I'm statewide, Julie, and I will be attending. And then Travis is also being invited to come to as many as he can. And we will also reach out to folks like Ruben, just to ensure that every opportunity is afforded if anybody who wants to be there to better understand the cultural communities and to best meet the provider needs.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
I like that. That's amazing. Thank you, Debbie. I think that to see changes and that things are being worked on and heard, some of those are very important, to a lot of our providers, and that they're being heard. So
Yeah, and then heard in a smaller group setting will be nice too, right? So that we can gather in their own neighborhood and truly find an opportunity where they are very comfortable with us. But again, it's building that rapport, it's building that respect, it's getting to know one another first, and then start to moving into tackling some of the questions that come about, because we know that we need to build that trust first before we start to just go into a Q&A effort.
Wonderful. Is there any other questions from any other providers for Debbie?
I was just going to add a comment. Is it the Spanish speaking educators is there translation for them, interpretation? I put it in the questions.
There should be, and if we're not getting to certain folks about links and access to resources, please let us know.
No,
So
I mean to this meeting.
Oh, to this meeting today or to the future meeting?
Today, because there's quite a few providers or people here that speak Spanish and understand it much better. So yeah, and if there isn't, can there be that for the following one? So
that's a great question, Veronica, and I'd have to kind of look towards Erin as to what the resources we can pull in during these meetings.
Yes.
Yeah, I can. Oh, go ahead, Erin. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, we do have those resources available. So if any interpretation or assistance is needed, please don't hesitate to reach out to the CE team and let us know, and we can arrange that for you. I'll put our email address in the chat just in case.
Yeah, because there's a couple and they've asked also, so.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, we would love to have them.
comment. I have a little comment. Yes, that's nice, like somebody asked about the Spanish translators. but also for now you speak a little slow because our brain is the process, but not as fast in English, and we can speak Spanish, and that is going to happen to you guys, like we speak too fast, and you have to process in English and Spanish. You can do only a little bit slow right now. I will appreciate that, and I think my peers appreciate that. That's why most of them, they don't want to be part of this meeting because it's only in English, speak really fast, and from one thing to another thing, to another thing, to another thing. And the process is slow for us, but I'm sorry, but I have to say this. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and that's something that we can definitely offer in the future for you guys, so you guys can be a part of these meetings and be able to understand them, but still voice what's going on for your centers.
Are we able to have somebody pull up the tracker again so we can just take like a slow roll from the top? Get over.
Yeah. And on the translation needs, we'll make sure we flag that, and we'll make sure this gets followed up on, and we find some solutions.
I was gonna add, if you put captions, it's also, I believe, in Spanish. So si entran en el lado donde dice las capciones, enseguida donde está compartir, I'm gonna say it in Spanish, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Donde está el de ese de compartir la pantalla, ahí donde dice capciones, puede salir en español.
Sí, la estamos haciendo, nada más que a veces la traducción no está correcta, dice otras
Correcta.
palabras por otras, para así lo estamos haciendo.
Ok, no, nomás
Gracias.
para...
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Verónica. Bueno, sí, Verónica.
Ay, mande.
Es que yo no encuentro dónde está para...
Ahorita te mando foto.
Oh, ok, gracias.
Clearly, we have some language opportunities here. So thank you for bringing this up. Yeah, this has been good. Like I said, we'll make sure that we connect maybe with some of our Spanish speaking members, and then of course Julie and Katie, and then we'll make sure that we find a way to make the meetings, at least the live meetings, a little more accessible. And then as well with some of the follow-up materials, I know that part, there's solutions there for those different things. So
is the tracker offered in Spanish?
It is not, but we can have, just about anything translated. We use a translation service or a contracted partners. And so, there's some timelines involved, and there's some different moving parts to it, but in theory we can have just about any written document translated. And then I also know that in these meetings in the Zoom environment that there are some accessibility options that we can look at kind of plugging into. So
great. All right.
I see a couple hands raised. I don't know if Katie and Julie, you saw Hodan and Susan have their hands raised.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah, hi Katie. Good morning, everyone. I have a question for Debbie. She mentioned that she was going to, they were doing a couple of meetings for the Somali providers, and I was wondering, is it open for the subcommittee to attend? Are we able to attend those meetings and just sit there and just take note and just listen,
That's a great question, Hodan, and I don't think that there's a limitation on who can attend, as long as I know who needs to get an invite. So that would be helpful to me if you're interested in attending meetings such as the things we're planning in the future. If I just get a list of folks to invite, I'm more than happy to include anybody who's interested.
Oh yeah, I'm very interested. I'll put my email. I think I put my email in the chat. Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you. Thank you, Debbie.
Should I go
Did you want to
ahead?
go ahead?
Sure. Well, what I was going to say is that with regard to language services and whatnot, I think what would be really helpful from the team at DCYF and leadership and provider supports is to look at things with, what privileges and biases are you putting into play by not already thinking about how to embrace and be more inclusive of other languages, cultures, et cetera, et cetera. And if there's training that is available that should be taken. You know, I could recommend the People's Institute Undoing Institutional Racism workshop, but I really feel like it should become a practice of the work that you do, not something that providers should have to remind you to do. So that's just my feedback. And I hope that at future meetings that you'll incorporate the feedback. You know, when you know better, you do better. And the expectation is to do better. So thank you.
Absolutely, Susan. Thank you.
Any more questions?
There's questions in the chat, Katie.
Lois, for the item 27, it states that EA is a requirement based on RCW. That can be amended. What would the position of DCYF be if there is advocacy to have this changed so that all providers, regardless of their EA participation, can accept subsidized children to help with early learning deserts? Let's see. Debbie, I know there's not too many notes on that one. Do you know if there's anything happening around that one?
I don't, and I was trying to kind of scroll through the faces on the screen to see if there was anybody else that might have a little more information on that. I do not at this time, but can certainly circle back with folks and provide that information moving forward.
Maybe we can make a note of the question because I know Genevieve will be here later today.
Well, and I think, I mean, the only thing you have to do per se to be in early achievers is just sign up. You don't have to keep going through all of these steps to get rated. So you just
So
have
again, Katie, let me just hop in.
okay.
There is, at some point you do sign up, but at some point you do have to go through the steps, and there are
Oh,
still
do you?
sites
Okay.
out there that that for whatever reason, whether they're a religious organization, privately owned, their board has decided that they don't want to be a part of that system. We do have deserts, and I'm just thinking that this is a way. So just curious as to what DCYF's position is. And Debbie, if you can't answer that, that's fine, but maybe that's something that, if you don't mind, we can come back to. And while I'm at it, I think the same goes for item 28 that talks about funding early achievers level 3.5. Now that we have funds from capital gains, and there's roughly, I think, over $30 million available in the other category, that might be something that is a possibility for DCYF to consider for its decision package for this upcoming legislative year. So I just want to just share those out myself so it's clear what my point is. I also was thinking too that maybe early achievers for, well, Debbie, for the work group, not early achievers, but for the provider supports work group, that maybe community engagement can send out information about it and to the provider supports with Katie and Julie's blessing, and then see who wants to sign up, and then they can share the list with you, Debbie, too. And then my other question was, is there a timeline for hiring the King County area administrator, and is the plan to hire internally or externally for the position?
Finally, Lois, you asked me something I have an answer to. So I appreciate you continuing on. We are posting that position. We are hoping it goes out next week. We will do an internal posting first. If we do not find the desired candidate in that process, we will open it up externally, but we will move through an internal process to begin with. And our hope is to get this person hired and into their role sometime in September.
Okay, I've written my notes down, Lois, so yeah, we'll follow up with that. I mean, there's definitely deserts in all areas of the state. So yeah, we'll definitely, I know last meeting, I mean, we had a big meeting about early achievers, so we'll definitely, we can touch base with them.
We do have Amy Russell is here. I don't know if she's settled in or if she is able to answer any of this
Answer that.
here.
Okay,
But if she's able to hop on and indicate, maybe she could. And then obviously you may need to repeat some of these questions a bit. I hate to put you on the spot, Amy. Sorry about that.
Oh, that's totally fine. I was listening in on all of the great information that Debbie was sharing. I do think that we probably would want to provide a response via the feedback loop because there was a variety of questions. And I think I would want to vet that with our early achievers team and with Nicole before we actually gave a variety of information on what we think we might be able to look at doing and with the upcoming legislative session. But I actually was reviewing the chat and there's some really good comments and points about level 3.5 and capital gains tax. So if that would be okay, if you captured those, Eric, we can include those in the feedback loop. I think I heard Lois suggesting that might be something we would want to follow up on anyways.
Yes, thank you so much, Amy.
Yeah, I bet I've got 99% of that, but thankfully there's a recording of this, so we'll make sure we've got it all.
Even
I have my
hand. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Gloria, sorry.
Yes, I had a comment and maybe we can put this comment in consideration. I'm one of the providers who is being graded for early achievers. And I agree about the quality services because we are here in this profession. But why we have to be reviewed every 3 years and start to review every 5 years or 6 years? If we were graded one, we're going to keep the quality services. We spend the money, we change our environment and we providing quality services. Why instead of focusing to us while we were grading, why we don't focus on the new providers who've been waiting to be reviewed? I'm the one who helping new providers to get their license. And I have provided, I have 2 years with a license, 2 years, 1 year in new providers. They have not been graded from level 2 to level 3 because it's not enough coaches. It's because new staff, because a lot of changes in early achievers, and they have to be supported right away. And instead of spending time on the one in us, I'm going to say us because I was graded twice. Why we don't focus on the new ones who need a lot of support and help them to improve the quality services and keep helping them, the new providers, for better support for the children, and instead of spending the money, reviewing us. We're going to keep our good quality services because we're going to stay in this profession for many years. If we don't do that, our licensor is going to notice that because they're going to stop by and visit us and do the reviews, and they see like we have or daycare like before, like 6 months or a year ago, or we're getting better. But why we don't do the extension like we did for background checks, and instead of 3 years, 5 years, do the same thing with early achievers? I think that's going to be save a lot of huge amount of money and put more attention to the new providers and support the new providers because they really need a lot of support. And also, if we have like low fees, they're getting less money taking care of the children, providing the best service they can because they don't have the early achievers support. I don't know, you can consider this thing, but I think it's really important. If we really want to support our kids and families, we're going to start from there. Support the new providers and let the old providers to keep going. Don't forget about us, but we are there. We're going to keep going and focus more on the new providers because they really need a hand and they really need a lot of information, a lot of guidance.
I added something after Huron.
No, go ahead. I have other. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Gloria, for sharing that. I am actually one of the ones that is in early achievers, and I'm not speaking for them because this is something I'm doing on my own. On my behalf, I want to share that early achievers coaches have a lot of projects at times, large caseloads. I think it would be, I feel it's important for all our educators to have early achievers support, as you know. However, I feel need to make a change where early achievers coaches are early achievers coaches. That as an early achiever coach, they're protected to do that. Because at times there's several projects going on, large caseloads, not a lot of, it takes a long time, at least what I've seen on our end, to hire someone. A lot of times we get coaches that speak English, which is fine, but it's also important to give an opportunity if there's people that have not a way to get a waiver, just so that we can open up so that everyone embraces an opportunity to have an early achievers coach. But for that to happen, it needs to be protected. Otherwise, we're going to have the situation Gloria has just shared. And on a second note, it's really important, I feel, to continue because a lot of centers are unfortunately having a lot of turnaround and they do need a lot of support.
I just want to mention that, yeah, I also believe it's important for all providers to get support from early achievers, but the key is if they want it.
Yeah.
It was voluntary to begin with, and then they decided it's no longer voluntary. And a lot of centers that were accepting subsidy completely dropped subsidy. And that's really unfortunate for the community that, they had X number of subsidized spots for subsidy kids, and then the community lost those spots because they didn't take kindly to the change from volunteering to participate to being forced to participate. It's not for everyone. And,
And
it should be.
I would like to add that I, as a coach where I've been a coach, I've also built a relationship with educators that they let me know that. However, there is opportunities for them to still participate, get emails, participate if they want. But coaches are not aware at times, from what I've seen, that there are steps for educators to be a part of early achievers, but not fully, like when they can be on standby for I think now it's 6 months. I think it would be important to share that you can participate, but kind of not participate, if it used to be, like you said, volunteer, for us to be transparent, not be like you need to. And then also as coaches, not be pressured to make sure educators are participating fully or they're out. Just my feedback.
Thank you. I know we have to move on. So real quick, I see one more hand up and then we need to move on to the next section.
Yes, thank you. I was just reading the documents and I just want to bring up, I looked at the translation, but then transparency and trust. I read it and I just want to bring up and I know I'm new to the group, a concern where I work with a lot of families who have children with special health care needs, and home care providers are doing the best they can, but sometimes I feel like requesting the special need rate is very slow. It's very low, and that child who's autistic or has other medical needs, and you have other kids in that setting, and these childs require a lot of support, and you can't hire extra person. Those are the things that I'm hearing a lot. And I just saw a mother who came into my office and said, I'm going to lose my job because my child requires a lot of support in the child care setting. And the provider's doing the best she can, but she feels like, the rate that the DSH is providing is very low. So I was just wondering, since we're introducing this to legislators, can we include this on here for kids with special needs, and how can we improve the childcare rate? I mean, the rate for them to be in that setting so that they can have the best quality support. I'm also a parent. My child went through the same thing with, and I've noticed that I have to fill out this whole 3-4 pages just to, mention what my child needs. And that's also another barrier. How can we also making sure home in-home childcare has, as soon as they reach a child who has a special healthcare needs and the parents said yes, if they have the form in front or at that time for them to fill out. They don't have to wait weeks and weeks to get from DSHS. And again, I'm new to this, but this is a area where I'm getting calls for a lot of families that needing support, and so they bring some of the form to our office to fill out for them.
Okay, I did see that there's a few comments in the chat, and I'm hoping that Amy can address the question about funding. But we do need to move on, and maybe that can also come up when Genevieve's here later. But
We're just trying to unmute. Thanks, Julie. I do think that it would be great to bring this up with Genevieve. I will say that DCYF has already finalized the decision packages for 2024, but I absolutely appreciate the conversation on, where can we prioritize and ask for additional funding and what that might look like, especially in light of the capital gains tax. So I think that there's more discussion to be had there, but maybe in different ways. Otherwise, we may be looking at a 2025 ask for some of these just based on the legislative timelines. And I was just trying to pull back up the TLS tracker because I'm not quite sure about the line 24, line 25. Debbie might be able to speak to that, but I do think when Genevieve's here, we can ask her a little bit more about this as well. The legislature, just a reminder, especially for new members, the legislature always has to essentially direct us on how to spend funding. So it's like a multi-layered approach on receiving feedback and then putting together requests and then moving forward on what we can do with the funding that our agency is allocated.
okay, thank you. Yeah, we will save that question also for Genevieve then. We do want to move on. We've got the community review panel discussion portion with Karen Christensen. We're glad you're here today. I know Travis was supposed to be here as well. So maybe you could talk about, we're aware that there was the internal review panel, which I think caused some confusion. The name of it caused some confusion, but I know Lois is here and she was part of the pilot for that. And it's a great, I think it was legislation like several years ago that created this group so that providers could have their peers essentially look at something that might have gotten to the level of, I'm not sure, but I would love for you to, and I think you guys are doing a name change because of the confusion, right? So Karen, if you could dive into that, that would be great. Thank you for being here.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having me. Yeah, this is, you're right. Several years ago, there was a change to our CW. Jessica, thank you for running these slides. And if you could go to the next one. Oh, you did. Sorry. Yeah, so there is a requirement now in our CW to ensure that there's a review process beyond the internal review process of DCYF. And that is where I think the name confusion comes in, because in our CW, it's talking about an internal review process, but what it's referring to is a process in which providers and DCYF staff together are reviewing at a certain level. So, it's a bit confusing for me, when I hear the word internal, I think, because I work for DCYF, I think it's DCYF. So I think that there's a potential for naming it the Community Review Panel. And I think that will help a little bit. So basically, the RCW is asking that for anything that isn't health and safety violation, a serious immediate risk to children, and some of our short-term risks, I believe, then there is an opportunity for a provider to go to a third level. I learned of this process not too long ago and am trying to set up the procedure that I'll kind of go through with all of you. And many years ago, we did get a list of providers who had volunteered to be part of this. I have since reached out to all of them to ask if they were still interested and received a response from everyone. So we're building it now, and I will kind of explain. I want to explain how it works right now before this third level that we're talking about establishing. And then I think the rest of it will make sense if that works. So Jessica, could you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Okay, so currently a provider can go into the provider portal and dispute, send in a request for the supervisor of that unit where they live to look at a citation that they received on an inspection report. So something that they were informed was out of compliance, and the supervisor of the unit will receive that dispute, and they have 15 business days to make a decision. Their decision is going to either be to uphold the licensor's decision or to overturn it. And if it is overturned, it becomes not valid. So a new inspection report is sent to the provider with that removed from the inspection report. It would be removed from child care check. And some of the reasons that I have seen that happen is, for example, a licensor chose a WAC regulation that was incorrect. Or like, let's say they should have chosen the individual healthcare plan, but they chose, I'm going to make it up, parent handbook requirements. So if we made a decision without making the right choice, we take that ownership and we overturn the citation, and then the provider receives an email about that. Other reasons is just that we don't have enough information when we look at the licensor's notes to uphold it, in which case the supervisor would overturn it. And that's really another lesson for our staff, to be consistent about the notes that they're making and to make sure that they're clear. So it's a great process for us to really take a look at how we're doing our work. Again, that decision, when the supervisor makes it, is sent by email, and the licensor's job, if it's overturned, is to fix the inspection report and resend it without the citation on it. And next slide. Oh, and now I'm remembering that I should be speaking slowly, and I'm trying to do that. Okay, the next level, the second level in this dispute process, is with our internal review committee. If the supervisor says they agree with the licensor and they're going to uphold what was on the inspection report, the issue of non-compliance, it is automatically sent to the internal review committee. And we're doing that because there's a time frame that we're given by our CW in which to finish this whole process. So we have chosen not to have the provider have to go back into the portal and say, I want a second level dispute. It's just automatically sent to the internal review committee. And that committee has 30 days to review it. I'm facilitating that group, and so I want to just sort of explain how that works, because this is how I foresee the third level, the community review panel, would work also. So I get in my queue this second level dispute from the provider. And I put together all of the notes that the provider has sent, all of the notes that the licensor has written about this issue. I put together the inspection report. If it's from a complaint visit, I'll put together the complaint report. I add the WAC language into this document. And then every Tuesday morning, the internal review committee has these documents and we all go through them. There's a lot of discussion. There are supervisors, licensors, Debbie's on that committee, and we all have really incredible conversations about this. We do the same thing the supervisor did, which is make a decision to either uphold the issue of noncompliance or to overturn it. The same thing happens. If it's overturned, the licensor will resend the inspection report and it will come off as an issue of noncompliance. And again, the provider is notified by email. So currently, the internal review committee is making decisions for immediate risk items, serious risk items, and short-term risk items. And then that decision at the second level is final. I wanted to just add in that we have found such value in the conversations that we're having on the internal review committee that we're starting to come up with a process where we're asking staff, supervisors, and licensors to have the same kind of conversations and give them examples of what we've been talking about so that they can become more consistent about their notes or about what they're putting on an inspection report for being out of compliance, so that we're having better conversations with providers about issues so that we're making better decisions, we hope. So I wanted to just throw that out too, that we're kind of extending those conversations to the field. Okay. Next slide, please. I think we're ready for that. Okay, so this third level of dispute that we're talking about building here would be 3 providers, 3 staff from licensing. I would pull this group together whenever we get a third level dispute. And remember from the RCW that those are concerning items that are not immediate or serious health and safety issues. So these are going to be long-term risk items that don't rise to such a high level of child safety. And that is when this third level is going to come into existence. So again, it's going to work. We see it the same way. I will convene the community review panel when we get a third level dispute request, and we'll have the same kind of conversation. I will put together the same kind of document with all of the information so that everybody kind of just has it at a glance, and then a decision will be made. Next slide. My understanding is that if they want to continue to dispute this after the community review panel level, they need to then send a letter to the DCYF Oversight Board, and it would be taken at that level. Next slide is really just Travis's. I'm glad to see Travis's name and email address here. but you're welcome to contact me too. That's really sort of a very quick overview of what this process we hope is going to look like. And like Julie said, this has been a long time in the making. Part of what has happened is that I think you're all familiar with what first time forgiveness is, which is when something is placed on an inspection report as being out of compliance. If it's the first time it happened and it's not a serious risk to kids, then it just falls off and it's not counted at that point. Those, because we've been out in the field more now in the last couple of years, and particularly this year, those will start to not show up as first-time forgiveness anymore. And so we may have a higher potential for this third level dispute happening. So we really need to get the community review panel together.
Sharon, is there a list somewhere where providers can see WACs that can go to the second level or to the third level, and which WACs cannot be challenged in that way?
That's a really great question, Julie. Debbie, I'm gonna ask you to jump in if you don't mind, because we have the same question sometimes, Julie, is the way that the internal review committee works is now we just get them, and so we know someone is sending them to us, and it's based on something in the background in our computer system. But I'm gonna let Debbie answer that probably better than I can.
Well, and I'm not sure I have a definitive answer, Julie, but yes, there is a way that we have tracked the risk levels associated with each WAC. Pulling that information forward, I really want to talk to Travis about this. I don't see an issue with it. I think providers need to know exactly which WACs are rated at what risk level. And so it's just a matter of putting it out for folks so that it is an understood document. We still have some questions even about translation of WAC itself. So I want to make sure that all languages have same opportunity for understanding. So I've got some questions to ask behind the scenes, Julie, but we've captured it. We've captured it in even building our baseline checklist for monitor inspections for this year. So I think it's a good tool to put out there for folks. And I think it'll help clarify when they do ask for this review and they're kind of told, no, it won't go there because of the risk level, that they have that explanation up front. So we'll work on that, Julie. I don't know what the format will be, but we'll work on sharing that information out.
Thank you. Yeah, because as providers, I know that I've been told, and others may have heard as well, that all WACs in some way relate to health and safety. And so it's confusing then if there are things that could
Yes.
go to those different levels.
Yes.
Rachel also asked in the chat, why isn't the provider contacted for additional information to their case? It seems like this process heavily favors licensing. And I just want to add to that, when a provider emails their licensor and maybe copies the licensing supervisor and different folks are involved, it's often radio silence on the other end. So I was hoping somebody could comment on that.
Great to hear, Julie, because that no response shouldn't be happening. There should be a response. I will tell you that when the provider requests the dispute to begin with, they have the opportunity to give us any information they want to. So they provide a statement. Sometimes they provide information from parents. Sometimes they provide floor plans. Sometimes they provide all kinds of different things, city fire information or policies. So they provide us with quite a bit of information actually. And when I mentioned that I put together a document that contains everything, it includes all of that. So everything that they have sent to us is in our system. I pull all of it and we put it together with the licensor's notes from the case of conversations they've had or site visits they've made. All of that information is included before both the supervisor or the internal review committee reviews the dispute.
And Karen, I think you can even take it one step further, that there are times when we do not have adequate information to make a decision. And so questions are posed back to the provider. We do want the, excuse me, the full story before we make a decision. So if there is confusion, if there is something that we just can't quite see that from here, we might send a licensor out and work with a provider on gathering even more information to make a decision. So if we don't have what we need at that committee level, we go searching for more. And typically the first place we go is to the provider.
Yeah, thanks for saying
Well,
that.
and it's nice to hear that that would happen at that level, which I think is step 2 or step 3. But at step 1 is where we're getting radio silence. So that's
Good to know.
frustrating.
Good to know. Because that means we've got some work to do, Karen, with our supervisors and because there is the opportunity for a supervisor to reach back out to the provider to gather even more information, or even make a site visit if it would help better understand the situation or the WAC violation. So good to know, Julie. We'll take it back to our AAs and bring it back to our SUPs so that everyone is being responsive. Sometimes it's a real easy decision by the supervisor based on the information that they have, but oftentimes they just need more. So we'll make sure that they're reaching out and communicating that in a timely fashion so that we can not have radio silence. That is not the intent of any of this.
And it's great that you're in this role now, because I haven't gotten radio silence from you when I've emailed you. So that's good.
So far, so good, Julie. Okay.
I do want to ask about one of the bullets on the second level, the internal review committee that refers to DCYF's internal review committee. The last bullet says leadership holds field level meetings to create consistency around practices and WAC interpretation. This concerns me, and I heard about this when I showed up to a colleague's center last month, because she was away on vacation and needed some support during a monitoring visit that the director was stressed. What happened was the licensor had said that 2 of her staff could not be in the classroom because they didn't have CPR and first aid, although they were working with a lead that did have first aid and CPR. And I know, Debbie, you're clued in on this because I've emailed you about it. But in the moment, the licensor said, oh, we have field meetings to discuss WAC interpretation, and we've discussed this at length, that CPR and first aid has to be done before they can be in ratio. And I was like, oh my gosh. So I went back and read the WAC, and sure enough, that is kind of what it says, although the professional development timeline is very different and says they can work under supervision. But to hear that there's field meetings to discuss WAC interpretation is concerning, that there's not providers invited to these meetings, because that in that scenario where you're saying CPR and first aid has to be done before they can be in ratio, that means that it's actually worse than that looming background check timeline that's coming for providers, because finding a CPR and first aid class can be really hard in some areas of the state. It takes a long time. We all know they have to do it in person now, which is fine, but to hear that they're interpreting it themselves and not bringing providers in, where we would say, oh my gosh, we have such a hard time finding a class. One of my staff, by the way, had 2 classes canceled on her. I was sick. Why? As for a toddler assistant, I wasn't worried about it because she was working with a lead. But we would have been able to say during these WAC interpretation meetings, why interpreting it that they can't even be included in ratio is a huge problem. So I really, really implore you to bring providers into these WAC interpretation meetings.
Well, and Julie, I think this is kind of, as we're looking towards our community cafes and our opportunities to meet with our local providers, this is exactly what will happen. We will talk through some of these very, very concerning WACs, interpretations of WAC. When we say these are meetings, these are the meetings that licensors attend with their local unit. Now, they learn lots of things during that unit meeting, but WAC interpretation is one of the things that is discussed because, again, we're trying to come up with some consistency across the state as to that understanding. Providers still have the opportunity to use the WAC Q&A box to pose those same types of questions. And those are brought back to the area administrators at this time for answers. So again, there is an avenue for providers to ask these questions. And in the future, in the very near future, these wonderful in-person community cafes where we can just really start to talk through what does that mean to interpret this as a provider versus somebody who's regulating to that role. So I think we're getting there, Julie. We just have to get back out in the field and with the pandemic lifting a little bit more, we're just giving more and more opportunity to do just that. So hear you loud and clear. There's always a provider perspective. I am a past provider, so I completely get it, but we will encourage those conversations to continue as we start to meet within our local communities and address the concerns that the providers have.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Did see that Katie said in the chat that they're told they only have 10 days to request a review. Is that something you can comment on?
Yeah, there is a 10-day dispute timeline after an inspection report is issued. For the first level of dispute, they have 10 days. And then for the second level, the internal review committee, if the supervisor upholds that citation and it remains not valid, then it automatically is sent to the internal review committee. So they have 10 days to ask for the first level from the supervisor.
So if you're past the 10 days, you have no opportunity to send it to review after that.
As far as I know, that is true, Katie.
Is that a written rule somewhere? I just feel like that should be challenged a bit because it never is kind of, it's DCYF friendly, not provider friendly, because we're managing, we're busy. But if I use the example of the petition process, I could file a petition for an amendment to a WAC today, and you guys have 60 days to get back to me. So I really hope that that will be revisited because that is such a short turnaround time. I'm sorry, Lois, do you want to jump in with your question? Lois, you're muted. Do you want to? She might be busy.
Double mute, Lois.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, guys. I'm multitasking. I just wanted to make sure to bring to your attention some of the other comments in the chat. Susan shared about making sure that participants are well trained in undoing racist practices and unconscious bias. And I'm hopeful that I put a comment that those should be the focus of the first gatherings. And then Rochelle had an idea about providers being contacted. I know we talked about that, but also would there be an issue with providers being able to maybe come to share their stories, at least for the first, few minutes of the meeting to make it fair to them, to be able to say that your issue will be discussed on this date and you can come, between 10 and 10:15 or something. I think it would make it more transparent. And Jared has a really good idea about the review form saying whether findings are challengeable or not. I'm just reading all of that because I just think it's really important to be able to and consider those things as you guys are pulling this group together, because it really isn't, you can't say the outcome is equitable if you're not hearing from all the folk in the room, especially as Susan mentioned about the implicit or unconscious bias that sometimes happens. So I think it's really important to, Debbie, to at least think about that as you're pulling this group together. And then you may have mentioned it But I'm assuming the oversight board is still accepting applications. I know they didn't have very many people apply. So is that something that'll be going out to the field again and with the new timeline so folk can participate?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that, actually, and I'm curious myself. So you're correct, Lois, that the list that was passed on to me wasn't very long. It had several names on it, but not many. And so I don't know if that was intended to go out again or not. Maybe I don't know who else would know that answer.
Hi, I'll jump in. I'm the executive director of the Oversight Board. So we came up with that first list of interested applicants from that application process, and that is something that we would like to do internally, probably review and send out an annual update. As you said, Karen, I think you reached out to the providers that were originally on that list and said they were still interested. So we had some communication over the last couple of years with them as well, and knew that they were still interested. So we didn't find that we needed to update that list as of yet, knowing that it hadn't been up and running as intended, as you presented here yet. So definitely something the board is interested in making sure we have like an annual call out, but the application process is still live on our website as well. And we are notified if anyone does apply. So if there's anyone else that's interested in that opportunity, they're more than welcome to apply at any time.
Thank you for that. Krista, are you able to put the link up where they could find the application?
Yeah, happy to.
Great, thank you. And then I do see that Katie and Gloria have, Gloria, did you want to ask a question?
Yes, ask a question and comment. I didn't see much representation for Somali peer community, and we can reach out about them and other communities, the second language speakers. I don't know, you can reach out or union to find somebody interested, or Imagine Institute has about leadership in there with the Somali community, because it's very important they express their concerns and here, and we can work together and benefit to everyone, not only one culture, two cultures, the most we can. And another thing about the dispute, like 10 days for dispute, I think we need more, like 15 or a month. And we, and the license present a disagreement with us and has to pass to the supervisor for, and we're going to give 30 days a decision why the dispute can be 15 days or 30 days too. And because to be a provider, we don't have an easy day. Like for example, I speak a little English, not too much, but I have friends like they don't speak Spanish, and they're going to dispute something. They have to talk with somebody they can trust and think in English, because they, I don't know, they can present the dispute in Spanish, and they have to write it, they have to submit it, they have to, somebody has to review it and answer back. And sometimes we don't go into dispute right away in that day. Maybe we need a week or coming the weekend, and days keep counting. And when we check, it's like 10 days. And our time is out. But if we can have more time and also be trained in our language, what means a dispute, because all the providers, they read that in the paper, but they don't get it, what that means. Another thing I put in the chat, to us as providers, we need a lot of education about the work. We don't need intimidation, we don't need punishment, we need education, because if we keep punish people, but we don't educate people, how they're going to learn the same language DCYS want us to learn. I think we have to have more cafe communities about learning about the work, what the work means, because a lot of things and numbers, a little more with the work, because sometimes I have to explain providers, but I know a lot of providers who have 30 years in this field, 25, 35, 20, they need a lot of information, but they feel afraid to ask the licensor or to ask somebody else because they don't want to be in trouble. And I don't want us to feel like because I didn't understand this right, I'm going to be in trouble and I feel like I'm going to lose my license. It's better to say, oh, I don't understand this, but I have to contact somebody in DCYF or my licensor because he's a humble person and he's going to come and explain me this. We don't want to be like punished for something we ignore. We are in this learning process, and I think we need more, like somebody mentioned, be more inclusive, be more like community support, like DCYF providers and everyone else, families, community support, no like trying to put on the spot somebody who is trying to do their best every day, every minute. It's not easy, but I really want that happen. Is more support, more education, more consideration, and I think it's the best way we can go all together and we can have less misinterpretations.
Absolutely. And that's why the community cafe things that Debbie Groff had mentioned are going to be so important. I'm hoping that maybe she can comment on the timeline for getting those going, how often they will happen, if that's known, if there's a link so providers can find those. And also I'm wondering, Karen, if there's a timeline on getting the community review panel up and running.
The timeline for the community review panel is as soon as possible. It is, it's why we're here today, because we wanted to let you all know kind of what all of this is and get all the comments that you've given us. We have clearly some more work to do about even the first level with the supervisors, because like Debbie said, they certainly should be talking to providers, and if the answer isn't just completely obvious, but or go in the field and get answers too. So I'm hoping to set this up. I still need to talk to Debbie and Travis a little bit about what it looks like. We have a protocol written up for the internal review committee. And I'm kind of thinking that we're going to go along the same route as that. And that what's contained in there is that we have a rotating list of staff or opportunity for staff members from all offices, all parts of the state to participate. And so it's not just one committee that stays the same forever. So I'd like to be able to do that with this group also. And so we just have a little bit more of a road to walk down, but I would guess, hoping that by the end of the month, we'll be able to reach out and get something going. So it's taken a while.
That's great. We look forward to hearing the updates on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Debbie, do you guys have a timeline on these community cafes, and will they be posted online so we can look at?
You're bringing up some wonderful things, Julie, because I think that's exactly what we probably need to do, is post these opportunities where everyone will know where to go to find where they are located. Right now, we have a couple meetings scheduled and opportunities with Voices of Tomorrow and pulling in some of our providers in the King County, Pierce County area. We've got a couple dates we're still grappling with, whether it's October 7th or the 14th. So we're still trying to figure out what date works best for them. And then we will continue to do these at the regional level. So our area administrators will be working with the supervisors and their communities to find these forums. We're trying to do them on Saturdays so that they work best for providers who maybe don't do weekend care, but we can probably hit the biggest group of providers if we do it. That's what we've been hearing from providers, is do it in the evening hours or on a Saturday so that we can attend. So we're trying to look at it just that way. And then again, right now we're working at it as an invite system, like Voices of Tomorrow invited us to start this trail and path and journey with them. We were willing to do this with anybody. And if we need to start the outreach, we're willing to do that too. So I'm hoping you see things start popping up in the next few months around the state, but we will find a venue or an area to post this so that everybody knows these opportunities will be there. And we will be making sure we deliver these in different languages, having staff or interpreters, translators there who can support the languages that we need to support during these meetings as well.
Am I hearing that you're working with organizations and if someone, say myself, wanted to get a community cafe, let's say I find a venue and I just reach out to you, you guys would roll with that?
We would get as
What I
many
wanted to
players.
throw in too is you can contact Debbie or myself, and we can give you the names of the area administrators for the different regions and areas of the state. If I am working with regions 1 and 2, which is Eastern Washington, and if any of you want to set something up, you let me know, call me, email me. We are very, very welcoming to do all of this. This is what we want to do.
And if you already have something slated, Julie, an event or something, and you just want us to be there, invite us. It may be that not all of us can attend, but we'll get as many people there as we can just for resources, if that's important to you, or if there's an opportunity just to have discussion. So if you've got things already slated that you would just like to kind of partner on, we're willing to do that. But if you also just want to post something with us just to address these kinds of issues, we're more than happy to make that work. We would reach out to our licensing staff, licensor level, supervisors and area administrators. And then, like I said earlier today, Travis and Ruben. So as many folks as can come, right, will be better understanding and have better empathy for what the providers are going through. So just kind of keep in touch with us. If we need to send out a list, we can work with Aaron and Eric on that of area administrators, so you know who to reach out to in your community.
Lois, I appreciate your comment. We're all about this. This is our thing. Like we hear you and we think the same way. We want to hear from you. We know you want to hear from us. We just need to get to know each other, and we're all just people trying to do the best we can. So we are very, very, very excited to do all of this.
Yeah, that's wonderful. I know pre-COVID, the Centers Association had hosted a lot of community meetings and invited leadership, and you guys did show up. I think the thing that was missing was having the area licensors invited and attending. I think that would be ideal. And yeah. So I know that we were going to, at 10:30, go into a licensing Q&A with Travis. Travis wasn't able to come, so we're glad that Debbie Groff is here, and of course Ruben and others. So now would be the time if you have a licensing question. Oh, I'm so sorry. We do have a question, a hand up. Oh, where did it go? Jumped off my page.
I think it was Gloria.
No, it was somebody with a name that started with a Z. It just went away.
Oh, it was Xenia earlier I saw. Oh, there she is. She's back.
There we go. Okay. Xenia, did you want to unmute and speak up? Did you have a question?
Yes, I just want, I'm excited to be in this committee. It's my first time, and I'm excited to hear all about this committee. And I'm agree what about what Gloria said. And our provider Hispanic need more support from you guys. And everybody's talking about equity and inclusion, but all of this is all around the rainbow community, not our communities, Hispanic community, or the color people. Nobody's talking about this. And so we would like to be in, have more support in our community. We are planning to have a cultural Hispanic festival on September 11, and we want to invite you guys if you want to come with us. And it's gonna be on Mi Centro on September 16 at 11. We're gonna have a Hispanic festival. We want to talk about our cultures, and this is gonna be an event and festival with a lot of our families in our daycares, our kids, and we want to invite this community in who is in this committee to come with us. And I think I sent an email to you, Yuli, or somebody else here. I don't remember, but we would like to, you guys come to be invited to this festival. That's it.
I put my email address in here. I
Okay.
didn't catch, I'm sorry, I didn't catch where you are, but I think we'll pass it on if it's not, in my area, I'll certainly pass it on to the area administrator. So thank you so much for the.
Yeah, it sounded like she was saying that there wasn't a lot of talk about resources or inclusion for certain communities with other languages. I feel like we've talked a lot about that today, so maybe I'm missing something or misunderstood the comment. Did you want to clarify that, Xenia? What do you feel is missing today?
I read a name here, Humberto. Maybe he can translate me and you can understand better.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, gracias, Humberto. Lo que quiero decir es que hoy en día todos estamos interesados por la igualdad, la inclusión, pero todos están hablando de la comunidad de Rainbow, no recuerdo, pero todos están hablando de eso y nadie está hablando de los diferentes razas, como los hispanos, los de color, los somalíes, todas estas razas. Nadie está hablando de ese tipo de igualdad, de ese tipo de inclusión. Entonces, nosotros como hispanos estamos haciendo una labor muy especial en la educación temprana. Entonces, creo que es bueno que nosotros que tengamos mejor apoyo de parte de DCYF, de parte de estas organizaciones que también están trabajando duro por la educación temprana. Y entonces, pues, que tuviéramos más apoyo con la educación, con los proveedores latinos. Y para esto necesitamos más gente que esté trabajando como usted, Humberto, que pueda escucharnos en nuestra propia lengua, porque como en este momento yo traté de explicar, pero no se entendió porque mi inglés no es tan bueno. Entonces,
¿Y qué tipo de apoyo se está pidiendo?
Como si alguien quiere disputar algún complaint que se tenga, que nos responda alguien como usted en nuestra lengua. Necesitamos que haya más staff que hable nuestra lengua, porque para que nos entiendan más y sea, como dijo Gloria, que podamos aprender más, podamos crecer más, pero que tengamos nuestros licensors en español, el apoyo que nosotros necesitamos en español. En las entidades gubernamentales, estatales, se necesita gente como usted que sea bilingüe para que nosotros podamos explicar mejor nuestra situación.
Okay. Voy a tratar de traducir todo.
Okay.
¿Puedo agregar algo, Humberto?
Sí.
Quisiera agregar de que oportunidades y personas que están aplicando para esas posiciones, porque leí que en la otra agenda había que están batallando a agarrar personal que hable bilingüe, que sea bilingüe. Entonces yo siento que hay restricciones al decir que tienen que tener bachilleratos, maestrías, siendo que hay oportunidades para que hagan personas calificadas siempre y cuando, si es que las ocupan, tienen 5 años para cumplir los requisitos de educación. Si tanto que están hablando de equidad, abran las ventanillas de oportunidades a las personas bilingües para que puedan ofrecer esos apoyos para personas como Xenia. Y Jackie tiene la mano.
Ok, Antes de que alguien más hable, voy a tratar de traducir todo lo que dijeron o si no se me va a olvidar. So I'll try to highlight what Senia and Veronica pointed out. So Senia pointed out that as we talk more about equity and inclusion, especially DCYF, she would like to have more supports in her native language in Spanish for her licensor to be a bilingual speaker, for the supports that she and other providers receive to be bilingual. And Veronica added that is also challenging because of the kinds of education requirements and qualifications that we have in our job descriptions requiring high levels of education for bilingual staff. I think that's the best summary that my brain can do, switching into languages at the moment.
I also added, you did fabulous. And the other part I added is that if there's those waivers that are out there, then to utilize when there's people applying for these positions as licensors, if it is that they have waivers available so that people can have a 5-year term to, you know, get their BAs or masters, that will open up the window of opportunity for both minorities and people of color to have the opportunity to be working with someone that is their native language.
Yep, hear it all. Thank you so very much. It's good information for us all to take in. Thank you.
Jacqueline, did you want to unmute and ask your question?
Sí, pero quisiera que me ayudara Humberto.
Okay.
Sí, yo pienso y considero que los cuidados de la educación en cuidado infantil es el sustento principal para el desarrollo integral de los niños y como consecuencia, especialmente en una época de importantes cambios globales que estamos teniendo, necesitamos que nos den acceso a una educación para que podamos nosotros proporcionarles a esos niños, como por ejemplo, aquí en el colegio, yo para hacer mi certificado corto, yo tuve que aplicar a la Universidad de Walla Walla. Entonces, yo vivo aquí en Pasco, entonces el CBC, ese colegio no nos da acceso a poder a seguir nuestra educación bilingüe. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que nos hace? Nos retrasa. Entonces, yo vivo en Pasco, para ir a Walla Walla al colegio, si es en Zoom, sí está bien, pero si tengo que ser en presencial, pues es más de 1 hora para poder llegar. Entonces, lo que quiero es que si se están enfocando en que estemos más preparadas para darles un servicio mejor a los niños, entonces nos deben de proporcionar todas esas herramientas que necesitamos para podernos desarrollar en el cumplimiento de lo que nos están pidiendo el DCYF. Y pienso que eso sería un gran cambio en todo lo estructural para el desarrollo de los niños. Gracias.
So what Jacqueline pointed out is as we focus more on the professionalization of providers and credentials and higher levels of education, we should have better partnerships or more opportunities for them to continue their education in their home language or in a bilingual setting. Right now, she pointed out that she has to commute a long way to go to a college that provides that kind of bilingual education. So as DCYF requires or encourages these credentials and more education, we should be cognizant of how we can better support providers so they don't have to commute that long, or they can develop in their home language as well.
Thank you, Jacqueline, for sharing your thoughts on that and completely understand.
Thank you.
Well, this has been eye-opening. We really see the community engagement is really going to solve this issue of language translations so that it's more inclusive for the meetings, so that we don't have an attendee that has to do the services for the group, rather than just sitting and chilling like the rest of us. Okay, so there are some questions in the comments. Oh, Karen has to hop off. Thank you for attending today, Karen.
Have to hop off. If you want me to stay, I'm happy to stay. I just thought you had other agenda items to cover. You let me know.
Yeah, it's just it's a Q&A time about the about licensing stuff, and I think Debbie Groff's probably got it covered, and I think Ruben's probably still here. So thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good day.
Okay, so Jamie's comment. Let's see. She's feeling like the partnership and support that licensing was hopeful to provide in 2019 has really broken down into more punitive action. It feels more punitive than it did prior to 2019. Let's see, partially because there's been such a turnover with licensors. Oh, that's true. Feels very nitpicky and punitive instead of a learning experience where we get resources to make changes, as well as a reasonable amount of time. Just some feedback to note. And I think that speaks to the provider experience for a lot of people anyway. So Debbie, if you wanted to comment on that or had thoughts, and I know we'd all appreciate to have something.
Sure. And I do have thoughts, and I think, the department was really pushing forward this presumed compliance approach to childcare licensing right before the pandemic hit. Our licensing staff got a few months of kind of trying to really learn that, absorb that, and put that into practice. And we had a pandemic hit and it slammed us shut as far as doing that in person. Now, where we lost some ground is we weren't able to do as good a job with that through our virtual inspection process. That was difficult for everybody, but it is on our radar. It is something we are revisiting with our staff every single time we meet, to come back to this place of looking for the positives when we are out there looking at childcare arenas. It's also just rebuilding that relationship that we have with our providers now that we're knocking on the door. So I hope you will see some changes in the future. Our new staff are being brought together as new staff to work on licensing practices and the way we do our inspections, to have just these types of conversations right at the very forefront of learning how to be a licenser. So I'm hoping you'll see some changes in our new staff. We're also filling our voids, which is very, very good. So we've got some staff now that have been here for almost a year. So that's exciting too. But we hear this. I've heard this. I've been with the department for 20 years. This has been an issue of concern for a very long time. And it really is understanding on a licenser's part about how to wear the multiple hats that they have to wear when doing an inspection. They are a regulator. That is what we are charged to do, but we are also there to support. And for some, that comes very easy, to just flip-flop those hats and to be able to enter those conversations while we're looking at an environment or talking through the regulations. And with others, it's a little more difficult. So we need some training ground and some time to kind of bolster those skill sets in our licensors. But we do hear this. And I want to throw this out too, if at any time you feel that it is more than just a learning opportunity, or goes beyond that learning opportunity between a licensor and the provider, the supervisor really needs to know, because we can't fix what we don't know. So please reach out. And if the supervisor can't help you, it can go to the area administrator. If the area administrator can't figure it out, or there's just need for more communication, they can pull me in. I can pull Travis and Ruben in. So please keep talking to us. Again, we hear these concerns, but until we hear these at a more personal level, it's hard to fix, because we can't really support the licensor if we don't know exactly what we're trying to support the licensor with. So I just want to open that avenue of communication as we are out in the field more. We will be knocking on doors this year, but know that our intent is to build our licensor up as a partner in your childcare, somebody to support you doing the quality care that you need to do with kiddos, and then pointing out the areas where we can grow. So keep talking to us if those things are not happening and you're not seeing some shifts in our licensing visits. I do need to know that. So
Debbie, could you put your email in the chat so that, I mean, we don't want to abuse it, right? But if we really are getting nowhere with our licensing staff and the regional staff, as I mentioned before, I have heard back from Debbie when I've copied her on emails. So she is responsive, and I do see some hands up, but I do want to ask Debbie about the petition around CPR and first aid, and if there's anything that you can comment about that today.
I can a little bit, Julie, because I've got another meeting even today, no, actually tomorrow, to formulate that conversation and communication back to you. But we heard your concern loud and clear. We looked at the trainings that offer the 3 months to get it versus the first aid CPR. We reached out to Region 10 to see if there was room around changing that rule, and there is. So you will, I think, be delighted on what we're coming up with. We will afford some timeframes for folks to be able to get that first aid CPR, as long as there is somebody in the environment that has current first aid CPR, right? Because our first goal is to keep those kiddos safe, but completely understanding the fact that classes are canceled. They're far and few between. Just getting into a hands-on component has just opened up in multiple communities across the state. So we are looking at a better fix for that in a WAC change, Julie. Again, I think you'll be pleased with what we've come up with, but it's a very positive move forward.
Great, I appreciate that so much. Jamie, did you want to jump in?
Yeah, hi. I appreciate your response, because I know that things coming from the top down take a long time to kind of make it down to the bottom levels. And I also understand that I was very spoiled having the same licensor for 20 years up until this year. But just to give you an example, and some of our licensors have been here quite a while, so they're not new, but we opened a new center in October, and the health inspector and our licensor that has since retired came out and just had glowing recommendations about how wonderful it was. And they were so kind, and they took pictures to show other providers. And then 6 months later, when it was time to do the probation, visit, they came in and just ripped apart the center, ripped apart the location, didn't like the entrance, and made the director cry. And it's a brand new center, and it was just so demoralizing for that director. And she didn't want me to go to the supervisor because she was afraid of that this would get back to the licensor, that she would have this negative relationship with her licensor from here on out. And it was just a terrible experience, because, when you have two people 6 months ago that tell you one thing about your center, and then two other people from the exact same area coming in 6 months later, and they find all these things wrong with it, and that weren't related to things happening inside the center, right? It just doesn't make any sense. And it pushes people out of the field. And if we want to keep building and making amazing centers, we have to grow this partnership, or we're going to keep losing providers, and we're not going to get new ones coming in. And so I certainly know the challenges you guys have, especially post-COVID. I know there's a lot of people leaving. I know you have to train them, and they have to get good at what they're doing. But I just want to hit heavy on the fact that it's definitely not a partnership right now. It's definitely, you do what I say. And if you don't, I'm going to put this on this piece of paper. It's going to be all over the internet. You know what I mean? It's just a very different relationship than I had 4 or 5 years ago.
Thank you, Jamie. I'm not happy to hear what you just shared, but I'm glad you shared it. Again, I don't know these things, and I'm new in my role, but if it got to the supervisor and the supervisor brought it to the area administrator, again, we would then try to figure this out. So please don't hesitate to reach out. I know people are feeling like there could be retaliation, and I've struggled with this with Yakima providers for a long, long time until we kind of got to a place where they found out there wasn't retaliation. And it was only working through the process a few times to kind of get that feeling of, oh, it was okay to bring these concerns forward, and brought back to the provider and opened up conversation. Wasn't retaliatory at all. And actually we came up with some really wonderful solutions in partnership. So please keep bringing the concerns forward. Please bring them forward at your local level so that they get typically answered the quickest there. But I will hear from folks as they kind of work through the system. But if you are feeling like that isn't working, you can absolutely reach out to me.
That's great. Thank you. Okay, so Lois, do you want to unmute? I think you had your hand up second after.
Yes, thank you. Just a follow-up question. I think this might have been answered in the feedback loop, but just trying to see for those licensors who left because they were reluctant to receive the COVID-19 vaccination. And considering that the department has not filled a lot of those slots, is there a plan to reach out to them, or are you just planning to move forward? Or if they reapply, would you then consider them? That's my first question, Debbie. And then my second one is, you kind of touched on it about the punitive response, because even though we know that is not what you or Travis or Ruben want, that has not been the experience across the state. As far as if you reach out to a licensor supervisor, if it doesn't happen, then it can be very retaliatory, where they come back out and just keep coming, and basically it turns into harassment. So I just wanted to find out what you are doing to ensure that supervisors are supporting licensors and not and continuing to be professional, and not take someone reaching out to a supervisor as a personal affront, and that they're simply doing what they feel is best for their small business or their families or their staff.
Yep, thank you for that. And I think we've got a couple different avenues set up just to address some of that. And one is the avenue that Karen talked about earlier, is that supervisory review process. So again, I think if folks use that, if they're really are, thinking that they were written up on a WAC violation that they don't think they should have been, we need to know that through the SUP review process. And I think Karen explained the reason that we need to know that is it comes up to not only the supervisor level, but it can go to this internal group for these wonderful conversations for statewide consistency on how we address a specific rule. So keep bringing those forward. I can only tell you that we're working on it. We are pulling our supervisors together in September and October of this year as a group, because again, we are able to kind of meet in person a little bit more. And this provider focus is on the forefront of our agenda. Is how do we inspect environments while keeping a relationship intact? Right? Because we've got a job to do. We are told that we need to inspect providers at least every year, unannounced. And yet we want to make sure that we are offering the technical assistance component to that inspection, so that we're walking away from, one, learned opportunities, and then two, if something is written down as non-compliant, ways to kind of come into compliance. So these are conversational level things that we want to reinforce with our supervisors to help their staff when the licensors are out there to have these conversations. I saw some things in the chat about how it's, when early achievers comes out and they do their rating, that people feel at ease with that, and they feel like they can make, positive steps forward and be honored by that. I want that same type of feeling to come from providers when licensors are inspecting. There's an opportunity for discussion. There's an opportunity to move forward on a fix if that's what's needed. And I think too, just looking at how we set up our licensing visits with recheck visits and things that we must do when violations are at certain risk levels, of you understanding that process so that when we come back, you know why we're coming back. And that coming back should have been explained when we were first there. So we would say to you, hey, we had a violation that is at the serious level. I'm going to come back and check on that within so many days. And you would be aware of that, so they wouldn't be caught off guard. So I'm hoping that by explaining our processes a little bit more, that will also ease some of that tension that we receive. Again, we're trying to put the tools in front of our supervisors to help support their staff. Getting out in the field will only help us have more and more experiences with this, but I also want to make sure that more and more experiences aren't exacerbating a problem, but rather helping us communicate and deliver our services differently if we do have a problem.
Thank you. I know we're supposed to be going to break at 11, just for a quick break, but I don't want to move on without getting to a couple of things. I know we've got 2 hands up. Also, earlier, Umberto was doing translation, and I did not realize he's DCYF staff. So he is available to introduce himself, and I would love for him to do that now.
I'll actually introduce them because they're new to the early learning division. So hi, Umberto. I want to just appreciate the conversation and dialogue this morning and the ask to have translation and just the openness and transparency. I think it's been a great conversation. Umberto recently joined our early learning division team on July 17th. So they know everything about all of the things in the early learning division, but we're really excited to have them. They're joining us from a lot of experience in early learning, which I will let them talk about. They work directly with myself, are part of our early learning leadership team, and will be overseeing some big bodies of our work related to subsidy and ECAP. So Umberto.
Thanks, Nicole, and thanks, Julie. Hello, everyone. It's great being here with all of you. As Nicole mentioned, I'm the new Director of Early Care and Education at the Early Learning Division at DCYF. I came from the opposite side of the country, East Coast. I spent most of my career in New York City as a preschool teacher, Head Start director, preschool director, instructional coach, policymaker, administrator, especially as New York City was figuring out how to make a universal birth to 5 system. So I'm excited to bring those experiences to Washington and also learn to navigate the Washington system. I think all of our conversations this morning have pointed out how complex our system is and how it can be stronger when we all come together. So I'm excited to get to know all of you and be able to collaborate with all of you. Voy a traducir en español para los que no entiendan todo lo que dije en inglés. Soy el nuevo director de educación infantil para el departamento de DCYF. Estoy emocionado de estar aquí. Soy de Nueva York, donde pasé toda mi carrera en el área de educación infantil y estoy emocionado de poder colaborar con todos ustedes. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yay,
Okay, I want
that
to
is
jump
so
back.
exciting.
I want to jump back to the couple of hands we have up. I know Sarah's had hers up for a while. I also want to point out that Sarah did ask in the chat, and maybe this is her question, but she asked about if there's any type of time frame that licensors have to get back to you if you've reached out to them via email or phone call. Sarah, did you want to unmute?
That's pretty much exactly what I was going to ask. I'm a new director. I've only been in the director role for about a year now. And so there's lots of things that come up that I just need questions answered. I want to make sure that we're in compliance so that we're making sure all the right things are happening. But it's really difficult when I've had a really good relationship with my licensor, but then there's no response for 2 weeks on a pretty serious question. How do I know when she needs to respond before I then escalate it to a supervisor? Or if she's not even my licensor anymore, even though on the my facility site, it says she is. So I'm just trying to make sure I don't want to get them in trouble for not responding because I know they're busy, but also we have needs that also need to be met because I want to make sure that we're not doing the wrong thing with like expelling children or whatever that might be more emergent.
Yep. Thank you, Sarah. It's a great question. And I would say if you don't hear from a licensor within a couple days, couple working days, reach out to the supervisor. They have expectations that they, you know, one, they're a public servant, that they need to be responsive to the folks that we work with in Washington State. So a couple days, I think, is a pretty adequate time frame. If it is emergent and you need a response like in 5 minutes, if you don't get the licensor, reach out to the supervisor. If you don't get the supervisor, reach out to the area administrator. All of our numbers are posted on the website, so you can find us if you need us. So don't hesitate, and especially in an emergent time, if you need somebody, just keep calling until somebody answers the phone.
Perfect. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I do want to point out, Debbie, that it does not seem like the website is current, so it's difficult to figure out who to reach out to when it needs to be updated. Katie,
Okay,
did you want
thank
to
you,
jump in?
Julie. They might have just pulled that information because of some of the switcheroos we're doing right now. But as of a couple weeks ago, the information was there. I'll reach back out to our comms folks and make sure that it is still easily accessible. That's another issue that I've heard, is it's not always easy to find that list. So it should be on the forefront. So we'll make sure to address that as well.
Perfect. Especially my last thought, sorry, was I know that I had gone during the last WCCA meeting. I went in and our region supervisor wasn't listed. So it's just kind of like, I don't know who to reach out to then.
Yep, good to know, Sarah. We will make sure that Travis is even looking at maybe posting org charts so that it's a little easier for you to find the information.
Yeah, I know I have some existing conversations and emails out there right now with what I'm going through with my licensor, but I just wanted to make 3 points. I have reached out to a supervisor. It took weeks to get a return email. I've reached out again, and I did get a return email that was very one-sided and very offensive, as I've been in this field for 15 plus years. And I was basically told, you know, treated like a brand new provider. And I've sent this up the chain, including Travis, and have heard nothing for weeks. And this has been an ongoing thing for 10 months. And I had a one-on-one with Travis back in November with this licensor. And he told me that if it got to the point that I could request a new licensor. And we didn't want to do that. We just wanted to figure out what can we do, because we were not being treated fairly. We have not been treated respectfully. And we have been written up 3 times for things that could have been just an easy TA or fixed right there and then. And I could cry right now. I mean, I'm getting nowhere. I've gotten nowhere for months. I've gone through 4 supervisors and gotten nowhere. I've been told, oh, well, we've talked to your licensor and now we know about who you are. And to me, that's very disrespectful. Nobody's ever reached out to talk to me. It's only one-sided. I've loved licensors. I've loved working with licensors. I've never had an issue. If I've self-reported on things, which I hate that because it does go on my license. I'm not against if there's something wrong and I get written up, there is no pushback from me. But these last 3, it's like she walks in and tries to find something. And then she says, okay, I'm not going to write you up. But then 4 weeks later, she calls and says, actually, I am going to write you up and here's your write-up. And then comes back and says 2 weeks later, actually, I talked to my supervisor and she's going to write you up, even though she wasn't even on site. So things like that should not happen. If it's not on site in that moment, we shouldn't be 4 weeks past and be like, actually, I'm going to change my mind and I am going to write you up. Actually, I talked to my supervisor and she's going to write you up, even though she wasn't even on site. And that's the supervisor that won't even contact me back. And then when I do get a response from 3 supervisors up, I will not give you a new licenser because I did nicely, kindly request a new licenser because Travis said that we could. Nope, we will not give you a new licenser. And when I had that licenser on site to come do our annual visit just recently, she came in with a fight. She came in with 3 pages, ready to fight, ready to write us up. And I wasn't there. I was out of state. And my director called me and said, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to proceed. I don't know why is she so mean? Why can't she just walk in and be like, okay, what can we do to make this right? And all she cared about was merit, even though we had everything in the file, because that's how I've learned for 17 years of being in daycare. Have the CPR in the file, have the CPR in the staff file, have their identification in the staff file, have their TB thing in the staff file. Was our merit up to date for the last few new hires? No, we don't have time for 55 employees to update every single thing in there. But she was ready to fight and ready to write us up. And it was, and she wanted us to send those teachers home. Even though we had it in the file, I don't want to see the file. Here's the list of who you should send home. Here's the list of who shouldn't be in ratio. Here's the list of who shouldn't even be in the building right now. Are you kidding me? So, you know, I respectfully have waited 11 months to hopefully have a relationship with this licensor. And then to finally say, please, may I have a new licensor? My teachers are going to the local school through Early Achievers to get their degrees. Guess what? That licensor was their teacher. They dropped her class because she wouldn't respond back to them. She wouldn't set up their practicum. My teachers had to drop their classes because she was their licensor and a teacher and was targeting them. My teacher told me that I was discriminatory against a family because I wouldn't allow them to have breast milk in a bottle in my toddler room, and told that family that they could sue me. My teacher was pulled outside and told my director, no, I will not have you with your teacher. I will talk to her by myself, and pulled her out of a classroom out of ratio to want to make her out of ratio, just to talk to her without my director with her or me. I was on site, I was in the back, but she just walks in my center and just starts pulling teachers out to talk to them. Like, this is not okay. Like, I'm in provider supports. I listen to all the providers, but then like, I'm living this. And I can't get anywhere. I didn't even know we had this internal review. And now I'm well past 10 days. But I've responded to supervisors or emailed them. I've emailed my licensor. I've emailed Travis and Nicole, and I just recently emailed you. And I have not received one response.
Katie, first I want to thank you for being brave enough to share. I appreciate that. I do think there's an avenue for us to have another conversation. I'm really glad you've pulled me into this conversation. I have seen some emails that we're actually staffing with folks even above my level to try to figure out some of your requests. And we will look back to you. But I think on a more personal level, I'm willing to offer up a time for me and Travis to sit with you and hear your concerns and address them. So let's figure this out. If it needs to be in person, let's figure that out. If it needs to be via Zoom, let's figure that out. Let's not wait any longer. So throw out some times and some dates, and I will pull Travis in, and we will continue this conversation so you can move forward.
I very much appreciate that. And I don't want to take up any more time, but it's not fair for us providers because it's not just me. You see all these chats. This is happening all over the state. And it's, these licensors just, it's sad for us providers because it makes us not want to be in this field.
Yep, I appreciate that. Thank you again for sharing. And please reach out soon.
Will do.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm wondering if community engagement can capture the comments that are happening in the chat, because it is a problem that is beyond just one provider. And it needs to be captured in the minutes or in the feedback loop. People need to be aware of what's happening. And we do need to have more follow-up conversations with the licensing department about this. I know Vilma's had her hand up for a bit. We are just kind of glossing over the fact that we're not taking a break. Sorry, everyone. But the lunch break is in an hour. So we're just going to push through. This is the last comment. We'll go to Vilma, and then we do have to move on to the next segment.
Hola, buenas tardes. No sé si me pudieran interpretar. El señor Alberto.
Humberto. Sí,
Hola.
sí.
Ok, mi pregunta es, ¿por qué si todo tiene un proceso para obtener la licencia, para obtener cualquier regulación? ¿Por qué al momento de suspender la licencia no hay un proceso? ¿Por qué afectan a una familia y a 12 familias más en este momento? Hace un poco de tiempo me suspenden mi licencia. No supe por qué. Los papeles estaban totalmente en inglés. Nadie me dio una respuesta. Están afectando a mi familia. Están afectando 12 familias más. A mi asistente. Y hasta el día de hoy no sé por qué lo hicieron.
So Vilma has a question around, if we have processes such as the process of getting a license, why would it not be a process when a license is suspended? She has not heard or understood why her license was suspended. Steve? Vilma, ¿quieres agregar algo más?
Pues la verdad estoy muy triste, muy preocupada. No sé qué está pasando, no sé qué va a pasar. Yo tuve que tomar un abogado. Me llamó la supervisora de aquí, de esta región, de la región de Yakima, y solamente fue muy grosera conmigo. No me dejó explicar, solamente habló ella, pero yo no pude hablar nada.
She said that she spoke with a supervisor that was rude to her and was a very one-sided conversation and did not allow Vilma to explain her case.
Vilma, I don't know the specifics around your case or your concern. But again, I would reach out and just plead with you folks. If you're not getting the information you need from the person you reached out to, reach out to the next level so that we have a better understanding of what's going on. I can certainly address suspensions on a general level, but I don't think that's going to help Vilma. I think she has some very specific concerns about something that might have happened in her arena. Love to hear about that, Vilma, and better explain our processes to you. So if you can reach out so that I can pull in the right folks to have that conversation, I'd be happy to line that out.
Vilma, ¿entendiste o necesitas que traduzca?
¿Me puedes traducir, por favor? La verdad, estoy tan enojada, tan triste, que mi inglés ahorita no da mucho.
Sí, dijo que si no has escuchado o no has entendido, tienes que contactar a la persona del siguiente nivel. Por ejemplo, si es una supervisora, el supervisor o la supervisora de esa supervisora. Para poder entender, porque ahorita en este momento, por ejemplo, Debbie no te puede, no sabe lo específico de tu caso.
Ok, entonces, no sé si me pudieran dar la información de Debbie o con quién pudiera dirigirme, porque no tengo mucha información, soy nueva proveedora. Hay personas ayudándome en este caso, como es la unión. Y pues Lo único que he recibido pues fue como una amenaza lo que hicieron las supervisoras conmigo. La verdad se me hace muy injusto que me llamen, me griten y solo me digan te tengo que educar. No entiendo en qué momento se me tiene que educar para yo poder escuchar lo que me están diciendo.
Debbie, is there a way to relay the information to Vilma or where she should be reaching out to? She doesn't seem to be aware of who she should be reaching out to when it comes to like the next level.
If Vilma, you want to reach out directly to me, I put my email address in the chat, but if I need to do it again, I certainly can. And I have access to folks who can help me with Spanish language. But if you can start the conversation with me via email or a phone call, we can pull the players in that need to be present to have a very learned conversation with you so that we can all learn from your experience and you can learn from our processes. So more than happy to set that up.
Vilma, ¿puedes mandarle todo lo que explicaste ahora en el correo electrónico que está en el chat para que ella te pueda ayudar?
Claro que sí, también claro que sí, tengo muchas cosas que hablar con ella y tengo muchas pruebas para mandarle, entonces sí me voy a poner en contacto con ella para saber qué podemos hacer en este caso. Muchas gracias por la interpretación.
Sí, y sí ves su correo, ¿verdad?
Sí, ya le hice screenshot.
Ok, muy bien.
Okay, so I just want to mention that, Debbie, this is an area where people don't always want to share because they don't want to be, like Lois said, throwing the licensor under the bus. We also don't want to feel like somebody's coming back over and over and over retaliatory. This is another area that needs to be implemented, the whole survey following a monitoring visit, where it can be anonymous by the provider. We have heard that this was something that was in place many years ago, although I have yet to speak to a provider that ever received a survey. But anyway, they need to start that up again, and somebody needs to be monitoring that email address of where the surveys go. But it definitely needs to be anonymous. And I just want to go to Ruben. He had some comments about this before we move to our next section, which we're late to get to. Sorry, go ahead, Ruben.
Thanks, Julie. This is Ted Gelman. And you've heard me say this before, but I'm going to repeat it in this meeting. As the Assistant Secretary, Licensing Division, I and we are committed to strengthen our relationships and partnerships with the child care community. So it's important we hear these things. I just want to reiterate what Debbie said. We need to escalate some of the concerns we have out there. That's what we need to do. Debbie, when you're meeting with Katie, I'd like to be involved as well. And so these are things that we need to hear, right? And we need to resolve them. I do not want the child care community to feel when I'm reading some of these complaints. And this is an opportunity to coach up and our licensors. You guys heard me say this before. We have about a 30 or 35% turnover in our child care licensing team in the last 3 years. So we continue to train and mentor them. And if there's any issues or concerns in the field, we need to know. And so if you're not getting anywhere from your supervisor, it needs to be escalated further. And don't wait. So I just want to say this too. Whenever I hear the word retaliatory, and remember, licensing division covers child care licensing and foster care, I cringe, right? If there's any concerns or issues regarding any type of retaliatory, I need you guys to understand there will be an investigation on that with our staff. So I just want to be able to provide a safe place with our licensors and in the child care community. So if you feel there's any type of retaliatory against your license or against the provider, we need to know that, and just know that it will be looked into. Thanks, Joy.
Thank you, Ruben. Okay. Are we ready to move on? We're all heated. I know my cheeks are all red. It's near and dear to my everything right now. It's so, well, we are 9 minutes late, but I think that's pretty good with all that. So we have Emily Grossman
And she is from the Deputy Director of Community Engagement. So I think this is a great segue into an overview and the update of their vision and what we can kind of collaborate on and how we can work together. So Emily.
Hi, thanks, Katie. So I will give you all an opportunity to chime in on this. I was thinking I have a PowerPoint prepared. It'll probably take 15 to 20 minutes to get through. I recognize that we are a little bit off track, not too bad, but I want to ensure that there's time for the review of the recommendations and other pieces of the agenda. So I am willing to kind of truncate and do a shorter version of my presentation if you all would appreciate that. Otherwise, I'm happy to forge on with my original plan. So thumbs up for the PowerPoint, thumbs down for the PowerPoint.
Okay, thumbs up so we can see what we brought today.
Sounds good. Jessica, do you mind teeing that up? Thank you. All right. So my name is Emily Grossman, and I am the newish Deputy Director of Community Engagement. I know a lot of you haven't seen my face yet. You will be seeing my face from now on. I came into the position, a few months ago. I've really been just trying to understand the landscape, get my bearings. I'll talk about this more on the next slide, but the community engagement team is undergoing a lot of changes. The scope is changing a lot, and it's actually the new structure is intended to reach the whole agency. So yeah, just a lot of figuring things out and conversations about how we can help folks. So you can go to the next slide, Jessica. Thank you. So as I said, there's been a reorganization in the agency. I think at the leadership team level, just recognition and prioritization of community engagement as something that is just really imperative, foundational to the agency's programmatic and policy development practice. And like I said, I think community engagement has primarily been focused on the formal advisory groups up to this point, and really only a handful of them, right? They're advisory groups that are meeting throughout the agency and talking about, topics around child welfare and juvenile rehabilitation, juvenile justice. So bringing those underneath the banner of community engagement is part of the plan. And then just ensuring that there's a consistent practice across all of the engagement efforts. So not just with the formal advisory bodies like this one, but also in, the sort of the ad hoc activities that go on. We're thinking about implementing this new assessment. We want to talk to the community about what that should look like, how it should be implemented, how it'll land. So a lot of different types of engagement are happening. We want to make sure that they're all done according to best practice, that, like came up earlier, that we have translation available, we have interpretation available, it's inclusive, etc. So, and also transparent. And equity mindset, I also heard this come up before. We're really trying to focus on, when we're developing policies and programs, that community engagement is used just sort of as a tool to remind folks that we need to always be, examining our internal biases, unconscious biases, and doing outreach to sort of address where there may be gaps. So for instance, we have a particular assessment we want to work with the community on. Who do we need to reach out to, and how do we reach out to them? And sort of identifying who they are based on, who might be disproportionately impacted by a specific policy or practice, and being really deliberate about who we're talking to and what conversations we need to be having. Sustainable decision making. I think that the community engagement team can help with this by just making sure that when changes are being planned, when things are being developed, that the right kind of input is getting, you know, sort of inputted into the decision-making process from communities. So before something is designed, before a change is made, we've had the right conversations with community to ensure that when that policy or practice hits the ground, that, you know, we've had sort of, you know, a well-rounded engagement process. Folks are on board with it to the extent possible, not always possible, but at least an opportunity has been provided. And I have a policy lens, so I'm a policy advisor. I'm a former policy advisor. A lot of what I'm doing, particularly around the formal advisory groups, is looking at the statutes and seeing, you know, what's the job that this advisory group is tasked with doing, and making sure that that's getting done. And if it's not, how can we support that group? This table underneath is an example of something that I want to accomplish across the agency. It's a community engagement planning tool. And something like this would really help staff, I think, select the appropriate type of engagement to use for a particular project, just based on, you know, the time frame, the resources that are available, you know, on like the level of power that communities can have in shaping a decision or a practice or a policy. There are different levels, you know, I think depending on the regulatory environment, just depending on the situation. So we always want to be mindful that we're not promising folks they're going to be able to have a level of input on decision making that we actually can't offer them. So this kind of tool is intended to kind of guide staff in making those decisions. And this is the type of thing that we want to be implementing across the agency. These frameworks, practices, tools, that's what we're going to be working on over the next year, and working with a consultant on it. Next slide, please, Jessica. So this is more. So, you know, this is sort of demonstrates the continuum of engagement that I'm thinking about and that the agency is thinking about. You know, there are different levels of power in decision making. There are different, you know, outcomes and goals related to the engagement. So selecting the appropriate tool is really important. These are the different, they're called pillars of engagement. You know, there's outreach, there's consultation, there's involving, there's collaborate, there's community led. So these are the sort of, you know, the menu of options that we'll be looking at when determining what kind of engagement to do, what's appropriate, et cetera. Next slide, please, Jessica. So the role of an advisory council, I thought I wanted to speak to this for some of the formal groups like this, just to give, you know, my perspective on what that relationship should look like. Advisory councils, you know, I think are meant to serve as subject matter experts and a mechanism to pull in lived experts to comment and advise on specific, you know, whatever the subject matter is that's at the heart of that group. We need advisory councils, lived experts, and community members to share their perspectives and ideas and concerns so that we know how things are, you know, in practice. We know how things are landing. We know we can capture those ideas, those informed ideas that are really important. You know, we don't have the same perspective. We don't see the same things within the agency as practitioners are seeing on the ground. So making sure that there's a mechanism for getting that. Identifying areas of common ground. It's always a great outcome when an advisory committee or council can work with the agency to identify places where there are agreement. And I think I just saw that happening a lot in the prior conversation. You know, there are areas of agreement. These are things that we can move on quickly. Broad representation is really important. It's really important that we have statewide representation. We have representation, you know, from people who are practicing, who speak different languages, who have different ethnic and racial backgrounds, who are in rural communities versus urban communities. We want to make sure that we are listening to everyone, as many people as possible. And it's a partnership, you know, between the community and the agency. Next slide, please. So I think this is a good lead into the next agenda item. The ELAC is working on a legislative report, or legislative recommendations, I should say. And I think you're about to start looking at the recommendations and having sort of a run through of those and maybe a little work session on those. So this is just a little about our process. This particular legislative report, the statute says that this is actually a report where the department works in conjunction with the ELAC. So the ELAC and DCYF are working together on these recommendations. And then once the recommendations are sort of finalized between the two, then they go through a review process. And it can be a little bit lengthy. So we would just ask, you know, once the recommendations are complete, they're not going to hit the legislature right away. If there are ever any questions about the process or how long it will take, please be sure to reach out. And then we know we've had some conversations about sort of organization of a report, which you might get to in a minute. So next slide, please. Here is my contact information. I do plan to attend these meetings as well as the other advisory group meetings as long as I possibly can. It's a priority for me to attend the meeting. So I think you'll be seeing my face a lot. If you are not seeing my face and you want to reach out, or even if you are and you want to reach out, anytime you can email me or give me a call and we can talk about what's going on, how things feel, and what we need to change. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you. And I can take questions if there's time or desire for that.
Yeah, we're excited to see your face, and we know there's lots of changes in DCYF. And I just wanted to point out, we do have a Survey Monkey, so if everybody could go there, it's really great to have you guys fill out the Survey Monkey. Even though there's a lot of input coming in through the chat, there's Survey Monkey, you know, it collects it so that they can really put it together in the backside of things. But yeah, Emily, I think it's going to be great. I think there's so many opportunities that, you know, providers can be a part of, haven't been a part of, that can really just bridge where the gaps have been. And I think a lot of us are scared to do it, but seeing your face and talking to you, I think hopefully we will bridge that gap. So are there any questions? Anybody? Any hands up?
Thanks, everyone.
I guess I'll just ask, Emily, is this a committee that you're going to be attending the meetings of? Will you be attending ELAC? Are there other public meeting committees that you will be attending?
Yes, there are about 10 formal groups that are underneath the CE umbrella right now. So I'll be attending them all to the extent that I can. They're all on my calendar. I'll be here whenever, as long as there's not something that demands my immediate attention. So I'll be here more often than not is what I'll say, but can't promise that I'll be here at every meeting. And same with ELAC.
Well, I know that I saw Max jump in. Let's see if we've got Genevieve. Genevieve is here. Maybe we can move on early because we always run late. Thanks, Emily. So like Katie said, make sure you fill out the Survey Monkey. We need the feedback on all of the sections of the agenda. So maybe real quick, we can go back to Lois's question from earlier since Genevieve is here. It was about funding. It was about advocacy. Lois, do you want to jump back in?
Sure. Do we just have some time now, Julie? Or
We do. We're a little bit early. We have, yeah, we're a little bit early.
Okay, so Genevieve, good morning. Just wanted to touch
Hi.
with you about the capital gains funds. And I had a couple of questions about, well, I had several questions. Number one, with the capital gains funds and looking at the allocation that's supposed to go toward early learning, there is a pot of money of about 30 million or so that is earmarked as other. And just thinking about, is there, I know Amy shared that decision package for the upcoming session has already been submitted, but looking at such a great need in the field right now around just for a number of centers just simply keeping their doors open, is it possible now, since we know the projections for capital gains, and that was just a half year projection, the revenue was much higher than anticipated. So we know that the end of the year will probably bring in even more. Is it possible for that decision package asked to be updated so that funds can be used to provide grants to providers again? Because even though the pandemic is over, you know, our small businesses are still reeling from the impacts of it. So that's my first question. The other one is around, again, capital gains. We added that early achievers level 3.5, but with no funding because the legislature had only told the department they need to fund for levels 3, 4, and 5. So is that something that can be an ask from the department as well? And I'm trying to think, I have to scroll up. We've had so many messages. And once Eric tells me that they have it, my brain moves on. And then the other piece is around subsidy too, but mainly around the funding for capital gains.
Yeah, so, sorry.
Sorry. And then looking at, I think it was item 29 in our tracker, it asked for a recommendation of a budget increase in 25 instead of 24. And I was asking why wait until 25? Is it because it's the biennium? And then Genevieve, if you would explain what the biennium budget means for those providers who are new. But I'm just saying that, yeah, so if you read up, you'll see my questions, but those are primarily it around funding and why, if we have these capital gains, we can't access it.
Yeah, okay, so there's a lot of great questions in there, Lois, and so it's a good conversation to keep running here because it's not a one and done sort of topic for sure. So hold on, I'm just organizing in my head where to start. So let's start with just budget. For those who we haven't talked about budget with before, the way that the state legislature and the state budget works is on a biennial basis, which means like every 2 years they enact a new like 2-year budget, and that budget is supposed to like be the budget for 2 years. However, the state recognizes that you know, things happen in a 2-year period that are extraordinary and need to like be accounted for. So in the off year, they do what's called a supplemental budget, which is really just updating that 2-year budget. It's not meant to be, the supplemental is not like a brand new thing. It's just, they like literally the budget is a bill. They pass the bill, they pass the budget, and then in the supplemental year, they just go in and edit it. And so when some of those extraordinary things that happen in a supplemental year can be new costs, like a very large wildfire season, or you know, something like an oil spill or something like disaster. It could be also new revenue, right? So like we have much more revenue coming in or far less revenue coming in. And so they need to like account for that. They don't make changes to the state budget outside of those times, those legislative sessions. So it's not a rolling budget like we all, when we're at home, like I don't know about you, but I'm checking my bank account at least once a week to be like, do I have enough money to like get these groceries or do this thing? The state is checking, but it's not able to change its budgeting, except for in the legislative session, which happens January to March in the supplemental years, and then January through April in the full budget years. So that's just a little like primer on sort of why we may be seeing more revenues come in from capital gains at the moment, but they can't actually make a change in this moment. They have to wait until the legislative session. And then to your question about, it's like really warm in here, about our decision packages. So decision packages is just like the term we use for our budget proposals that we make as an agency. We have to make budget proposals every year. So for the supplemental and the full budget years. When we give those budget proposals to the governor's office, we don't make those proposals, we don't like run a bill with our budget. And then the governor takes all of the agency's budget proposals and all of the other ideas that are out there, and the governor in the biennial year crafts a new budget, or in the supplemental year makes edits to that budget, and then hands that proposal over to the legislature, and then the legislature makes its decision. Our decision packages are due to the governor in September, so those haven't been submitted yet. I am going to be presenting later after Max presents on the background checks. I'll be presenting on sort of where we are right now. We're still finalizing calculations. The math is not simple. And so then we'll submit those. So they haven't been submitted yet. You may have heard that they were submitted to our leadership for final like decision of what was getting submitted, but we haven't submitted them to the governor's office yet. Before I go into to capital gains, any questions about that, what I just shared? Okay, I know I'm like going through a lot of information, so I want to make space because I tend to just barrel through things. Okay, capital gains. So I am not sure, maybe Aaron or Eric can let me know if an email went out with that information about capital gains that I had sent to you. Did everybody get that, or?
It did go out late, like later, it was in the follow-up prep email. So some people might not have seen the updated version.
Okay, so if you haven't seen it, an email went out to provider supports, which sort of tries to walk through like what's the story with capital gains and how it impacts early learning. And so to your point, Lois, there is a chart in there that we provided of like, so in brief, capital gains is no, I am not showing a PowerPoint, Gloria. This is an ad hoc topic that I wasn't planning on presenting on, but there is an email that you got from the community engagement team that has some of this information in it. Yes, no problem. I'm sure someone could present on this at some point. Maybe Max would come back and do that since he's from the governor's budget office. Just giving Max a hard time here. So the way the capital gains works is it is a tax. It is what we call a revenue source. It's a source of income for the state. And the state collects that, and then it puts that money into a pot that it calls the Education Legacy Trust Account. Now, for those of you who have ever had like more than one job at a time, which is probably most of us, you know that like if you get money from one job and money from another job, it comes into your bank account and then you buy groceries with both of those pots of money, right? You don't, you might not say, okay, job A is going to buy my groceries and job B is going to pay for my car. You kind of mix the money, which is what happens here. So capital gains goes into the Education Legacy Trust Account, but there's other money that goes into that account too. There's other revenue. And so different monies come in, and then the state looks at the total amount in that account and then spends that money across different things, including programs that are funded at the Department of Children, Youth, and Families. And that is like one of the purposes of that account is to fund stuff for early learning and childcare. And so money goes in, capital gains, mixes with other, and then DCYF gets a budget that says you get this much money. And excuse me, and then the legislature says, here's how you can spend your money. It doesn't just give us $300 or $400 million and say, go forth and conquer. It like specifically says, you have to spend this much on working connections, this much on ECAP, this much on Eclipse, this much on professional development, etc. So in that chart that is in, I think Eric may have just reattached it, I indicated, well, this is my budget team. I don't really do numbers, not well at least. We indicated sort of what those directions from the legislature are of how to spend the money we get. And there is a column in there that says other. That doesn't mean it's not, we're not told what to do with it. It was just a bunch of other little things. So it's not like we have $6.6 million that is like just hanging out and we're trying to figure out what to do. It's still money that we were directed to spend, but it was just not as big a categories as working connections. So we didn't split it up. If you want, can go back to the budget team and say, how are we spending that 6.6 million? It's already allocated. Now, I'm going to pause and then I'm going to answer your last question about what happens with the additional capital gains that we're getting in. And Lois is helping you navigate in the chat. She's helping you navigate to the document that I'm referring to. Okay, so Lois, you asked a question about there are, let me pause. This is the information that y'all can be looking for. Eric, if you want to scroll down a little bit more, maybe a little bit more. There we go. This is the chart I was just talking about that was, I was saying, breaks down the directions we were given from the legislature on how to spend the money that we're getting from that account that has capital gains as one of its sources of revenue. Okay. I think you can stop sharing, Eric. Thank you for helping folks picture what they're looking for. So a couple things, new capital gains dollars. We are going to be asking for new money this year, and I'm going to go over what our requests are. It's a lot of money that we're asking for, right? Just like rate increases for ECAP and some of the other things that we're asking for. We're looking at, I'm trying to add on the fly here, which is really not my strong suit, but maybe as much as like 500, some large number of millions, more than 50 million and less than 500, I think. So when we talk about there may be more money coming in from capital gains, there are things that we are asking for that we need more money, like we need more revenue. So it's good if there's more money coming in from capital gains, because we need that to do things like increase the ECAP rates that we didn't get the increase last year that we asked for. So our plan is to, I'll go through what we're asking for, and then maybe you can like provide more questions about what our asks are. But when it comes to the new capital gains money, the legislature can't touch the new money until legislative session. And that's the point at which we're asking for, via the governor's office, some of that money to be spent on increases on some of our existing services.
I think Lois
everybody
also
went off camera, so probably like too much talking. I feel bad.
Well, and I think earlier Lois had asked about funding the 3.5 early achievers thing too. So, and I know that some of this is hitting you like, like you said, you're trying to answer on the fly, and maybe you'll have more thoughts during I know you're doing a legislative update soon. And we can delve more into that. I do want to get over to Max because it's his time on the agenda with you, Genevieve. I know you both are presenting on this. So I appreciate both of you coming. The background check work group is so important, and we look forward to hearing updates about that. So Genevieve Stokes is our DCYF Government Affairs Advisor, and Max is Max Brown is from the Office of Financial Management. And I will just turn it over to you two to give us some updates there. Thank you.
Thanks. So I do want to honor that there were 2 hands raised. If y'all want to throw your questions in the chat, and then when I come back around to my presentation about the legislative stuff, I can make sure I get those answered. And then point of privilege, Julie, I just wanted to let folks know that this, I am actually leaving DCYF. This is my last provider supports meeting in this capacity. Tomorrow's actually my last day at the agency. I am going to be going over to Child Care Aware to be their political director. So I hope to see many of you in that capacity. Yeah, so just wanted to throw that out there. So Nicole Rose is going to tag team some of these questions with me. And we'll be able, until we have a replacement for me on the government affairs team, she'll be able to also help navigate some of the questions regarding both background checks and the DPs. Okay, so I mostly wanted to hand this over to Max Brown, but I just wanted to give you a little context on this, and then he's got the bulk of the information and the smarts on this. So I want to just call out that, like, we're hearing you about the struggles with background checks, and we're elevating that and have been elevating that for a while now. And this work group that was formed was in large part because of y'all and the work that you've done to sort of call out the issues with background checks. And so this was the legislature directing some work in direct response to what y'all have been saying are problems, and also recognizing what we've been saying for a while, that it's not, a lot of the solutions are not held at DCYF, right? They're bigger than just the agency. But I think sometimes I know the community engagement team has a really good feedback loop that y'all go through, but some of these bigger things, it can be hard to see how you're flagging things and bringing things up has impact. And I just wanted to note that y'all talking about background checks and the struggles you've been having, that did have movement, and this is why we ended up having a work group, or one of the reasons we ended up having this work group. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to my esteemed colleague, Max Brown, from the Governor's Office of Financial Management, which is essentially the Governor's Budget Office. Max, take it away.
You bet. Thanks, Genevieve. And I guess I feel honored that you would hang out with, we don't hang out too often professionally, because this was kind of our one of our main projects that we worked on together. But right before you head off to your next venture, that you'd hang out and slum it with me. So and congratulations and best of wishes on your next role. So as Genevieve said, I'm Max Brown. I work for the Office of Financial Management, which is essentially, yes, the governor's budget shop. I'm one of the weird people over at the Office of Financial Management who is not a budget person. So I do project management, strategic planning, change management. I'm kind of I'm a consultant, jack of all trades, master of none. And our role within the legislation was to kind of host this work group and bring the players together to have a conversation and figure out where this could go. And I think Genevieve did a nice job of kind of teeing up the intentions and where this all came from. So the big folks in the room that were asked to participate in this work group from the legislature were the Department of Children, Youth, and Families, obviously, the Department of Corrections, Department of Social and Health Services, the Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction, and the Washington State Patrol. And for kind of myriad reasons, this was the group that came together. For those that don't know, the Washington State Patrol has a very important role in this work. They do a lot of the fingerprinting. They are kind of the face of they do all the back end background check work with FBI and others. So they're a major player in this work. The Office of Superintendent of Public Instruction fingerprints and background checks a lot of folks for the work that they might be participating in through our K-12 system. Obviously the same with DSHS, who is helping with for those who might be serving vulnerable populations through aging long-term services, and the Department of Corrections, who has some work as well with the folks who serve our incarcerated population, but also because they have that connection with criminal justice. So there's a lot of different people coming at the background check, a lot of different organizations, and then you all as well with DCYF and the work that you do, coming from multiple different angles who have needs and intersections with background checks. So that was the majority of the group that was participating. We had a few other folks who were a little bit more, pun intended, in the background of the work group because they maybe have impact with technology systems, or they play a small role. Washington State does background checks on realtors, so there was kind of a conversation with the Department of Licensing as well, and impacts that these recommendations and might have for them. So the big three buckets that we tried to look at through this, and the lens that we really ran through all this work, was the big three. What is the risk for those? Basically, are the vulnerable populations that we are trying to serve within the state of Washington, ensuring their safety and not putting any added risk for those who are in vulnerable situations, both those who are in childcare settings and in the children that you all are serving, or if that's someone who might be in an elder, an aging population with dementia, those kinds of situations, making sure that we're not reducing, or that we're still evaluating the risk to those populations that we serve, while at the same time ensuring that we're looking at this from an equitable perspective, that we don't say, hey, we have a child who would be great to be placed in a setting with an uncle, but that uncle has a criminal background from 20 years ago that has nothing to do with an offense against the child, but because of the way our current system works, that person may be prohibited from participating in the foster care system. And so those were kind of the questions that we looked through, is to say, are we really looking at this through an equitable lens, or are we just kind of having this arbitrary, well, it's black and white, there's no opportunity for us to reevaluate how we would approach this? And so we wanted to rethink through that lens of equity, and then also through efficiency, knowing that especially in the line of work that you all do, a few days can mean the difference between someone deciding to take a position, wait to take a position, or go find work elsewhere, because it takes too long to make decisions on some of these pieces. So ensuring that I'm not sure if balancing is the right way of thinking about it, but I think the way the visual that kept coming up was, it's kind of like a balloon. And if you squeeze a balloon in one section, it's going to pop out into another area. And how do we make this all kind of work well so that we're not putting people in harm's way, that we're not turning away folks who should be participating, and that we're doing it in a timely manner so that everybody is able to be served in the way that they need to. And so kind of what did we learn? And this is, I wanted to do kind of a quick and dirty, not pretty high level conversation. The report is online. I have a link to it at the end of the conversation. But I think some of the big takeaways that we're kind of moving forward was, there are significant barriers for the state to achieve their kind of end state goal of for those who aren't super familiar, the work group was tasked with trying to identify, could you have a statewide office that does all of the background checks for the state? And what we found out through conversations was, it's really difficult. A lot of it has to do with things that are either the legislature is going to need to make some make some changes to state law, or the federal government has some restrictions on what can and can't be done. And I think that bleeds into this next point, which was, we had a few states that had been identified early on as, hey, let's go study, let's go talk to, and let's learn from them, because they might be a leader in this space that we could go apply some of their methodologies from. And as we started to interview folks, we realized not so much the case. They're dealing with some of the same barriers and issues that we have. And everybody kind of also treats this slightly differently. So as an example, and I think it kind of helps to play into that, the previous slide around equity and risk and efficiency, we looked at the state of Arizona, which was one of the early states that was identified for us to go and have a conversation with. Well, they're very good about turning around decisions. It's very efficient. And that's because they say we have a hard line that says yes or no. If you have a record with certain markers on it, it's just a flat no. There's no appeals process. There's no way to get around it, but you do get your information quickly. Whereas in Washington, the approach that we've taken is we have some flexibility for people to appeal and say, help us understand, help the state understand why we should allow you into this role, even though you might have an issue in your past. And that takes time. So we gain some equity, but it takes time for that person to go through a process. So there's a lot of give and take in these pieces. Additionally, what we found out was there's a very controversial system called Wrap Back, which is a really quick system that allows people to basically find out, is there anything in your record that we need to know about? Because there's all kinds of lags in the system, and also sometimes they don't translate from state to state. The bad analogy that came up was you could go to Las Vegas for the weekend, and what stays in Vegas, or what happens in Vegas, does stay in Vegas, because we cannot necessarily pull the records to understand what might have happened in another state in the recent past. And Wrap Back is a system and a tool that allows us to do that, but it's also has some significant concerns from a lot of different partners. It was one of the few areas we found where the NAACP and the NRA said, we agree. And so there was some concerns about using a Wrap Back system. And additionally, it's not always, you have certain states that can look within their own state, and then some that can look beyond states. But long story short, there isn't anybody who's really doing this exceptionally well because of the barriers at the federal level. Sorry to belabor that point. But we also did find out there are some things that can be done in the short term. There are some efficiencies where we could collaborate and say, without getting super technical, there are purposes where we could say, hey, if you've applied for a position in a certain area, that same background check can be applied in another area. It's not universal. The idea of saying you've applied for a job as a nurse doesn't necessarily mean that you in that background check would apply if you were to want to become a foster parent or a child care worker or serve in the aging long-term population. So there are things that can be done, but there are still barriers that I think are worth noting. What are the next steps? As I said, OFM, our role is really facilitation in these conversations. So what's needed is I would say, I'm going to throw it back on Genevieve, and she's like, I don't care, I'm leaving DCYF and tomorrow. But is the big three agencies who have the most at stake in these conversations really are the State Patrol, who is kind of, I would say, the technical lead. They do a lot of the work to gain to work with the Federal Bureau of Investigations to get information, but then also DSHS and DCYF. So DSHS is also has a lot of background checks that they run, much like DCYF does, but DSHS also kind of holds some of the keys to the gates for background checks with DCYF. I won't go into all the details, but essentially the three of those organizations are meshed together. And so they're working right now to have conversations to figure out where can agreement be found, where can we take some of those next steps that are not going to necessarily increase risk, but will increase equity and efficiency across the system. So those three agencies are working together right now to figure out what could we do in the near term to make this system better for everybody. And then OFM, because of our relationship with the governor's office and holding the purse strings for the state budget, our role is really to help to see if there's anything that we can do to help shepherd those recommendations and move this forward through the process. Susan, I see your hand, and I'm going to finish because I've got one last little thing, and that is just if you have more information, you can reach out to me. I'll send the slide deck over to the folks who've organized this meeting to send that out to you. And there is a link to the full report on our website that you can utilize. And that is my presentation. And I see Susan Brown has a great last name and a hand up.
Thank you. Go ahead, Susan.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Max. I'm a childcare provider in the greater Seattle area. And my question is public education, public school teachers are not held to the same background standard that childcare providers are. And what I'm wondering is if there was consistency, one, for the safety of the kids with regard to that, would there be greater attention and more ability to influence the expediting the background checks if all people who had access to kids, including public school teachers, were expected to go through the same background check?
It's a good question, and I will. I might punt this to Genevieve. I should have also stated this. The main function for the work group was to try and figure out the efficiencies that could be had in terms of delivering the process. So we didn't necessarily look at, I would say there is some overlap, Susan, to your point, which is why wouldn't there could be some efficiency if we're all looking at it through the same lens, sort of what I hope I didn't misrepresent your statement, but that, you know, if we're looking at anybody who's serving a child through the same lens, there might be some efficiencies there. We did not go necessarily into that policy level, but there could be, and correct me if I'm wrong, Genevieve, but this is where it gets a little more technical than I'm super comfortable with. The FBI, when we do a background check, we have to clarify to them what the purpose of the background check. And I say purpose because it's a very legal term that they use. And so I wonder if there's a component there, which is the purpose is to serve children. And there's a National Child Protection Act and the NCPA VCA was what we continue to say, Violence Against Children Act maybe. But those components might be able to lead into that. It's a little, I would say I'm not super comfortable giving a definitive answer because it's a bit out of my scope. But Genevieve, if you want to ask or answer, you're more than welcome to.
Sure. A couple of things there. I did just put into the chat the background check report that was submitted to the legislature so that everyone could see that. I think on the question about OSPI, I think I'm going to say the same thing that we've said a number of times. OSPI is a separately elected agency. And so in order for any consistency, and I honestly don't know what the background check requirements are for them, so we'd have to go in to look at that. We would have to pass some sort of law or something to align those, and so that's something that we could consider. I think that to Max's point, the issue is less of whether or not we have the same requirements, but the fact that there isn't portability between systems. So y'all know that several years ago, back when we were still the Department of Early Learning, we instituted portability of background checks within our between childcare providers. That was because it was one agency and one type, as Max was saying. Once you start moving between types and between agencies, we don't have a system for portability. And that system that Max was talking about, the wrap back, which is covered in the report, you can read more about that, that would allow us to have portability. So there's some pros and cons to that system and would make things easier. And then we'd have to, if we had that portability, then we'd have to look at requirements. But until we have that kind of portability that's allowable at the federal level, it's less about our requirements different and more about that. I will also note that when it comes to requirements, whether it's childcare or being a teacher or being a nurse, the requirements are often based on federal requirements that themselves are not like talking to each other and not aligned. So the requirements that OSPI may have, or let me bring it in just to DCYF. The federal requirements for foster families are different than the federal requirements for childcare providers. And some of that is that some of it is the same and some is different. And so some of it is that we have to like meet requirements that satisfy our federal laws and funding. So I hope that answers your question in a not super simple way, Susan.
Genevieve, I'll step into it a little bit too, or Susan, I see you came off mute. If you'd like to say something, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, it kind of doesn't from the standpoint of, yes, the group didn't look at, but I mean, what it boils down to is OSPI could potentially voluntarily do a deeper background check for the safety of kids, and we would highly encourage that and support that. But childcare providers being lower on the ladder of the rungs of importance, within the education system, OSPI, if their teachers had to go through the same background check, and those teachers, it was taking 2 weeks to 30 days for those background checks to clear, and they couldn't step into the classroom, we'd be having a different conversation about the urgency to solve this problem. And that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Because there is inequity in that, and that internally, I would expect all of you who have kids in the public education system to have concern about the fact that those teachers aren't background checked like childcare. And I'm suggesting that it's necessary for all teachers, public education or childcare, not just childcare. And it's not just because, it's an equity issue. It's what's best for kids. And if we were kid focused, everybody would be thinking that. So anyway, that's my soapbox. I apologize.
No, that's a great point. No, as a father of 4, I appreciate that. So thank you.
So I will say, Susan, when it comes to the turnaround time, factors there include if they're looking at fewer things, that can speed up the turnaround time for them. And they are resourced because their budget is different to have their own like fingerprinting capabilities in educational service districts. So you'll see in the report, one of the recommendations was to fund a DSHS and DCYF to have capacity to do fingerprinting in our offices so that we could speed up some of that turnaround time. And I just a note, like that report did bring together DCYF, State Patrol, and DSHS, and all of the agencies agreed on the recommendations in that report. However, the recommendations are not things that any one agency can do. So it would be up to OFM to decide whether or not they want to run a bill or to do funding, because none of those things are just like DCYF should change this, or, there is one item in there, I think, that WSP is looking at running to help speed things up. And so maybe a future conversation you could bring in WSP to talk about that bill that they're considering running, though I don't know if it's going to work out this year, so I don't want to speak for them. But yeah, so I think if you take a look at that report, and either OFM will run a bill and a budget item on it, or you can advocate and through other means, but there's not really anything in that report that DCYF can do on its own. And that was sort of the purpose of it, was to look at what are the system things that need to be implemented. Yeah, Lois.
Hey, Jennifer and Matt. So I'm looking at the wording. I put it in the box in the chat so everyone can see it about wrap back, and that the concern is that it's an essential component, but there are political barriers to doing so. So it almost sounds like, regardless of the pushback from those two national agencies, I guess, of course, I'm more concerned about the NAACP. It sounds like this is something that is still being considered, and I'm still processing that. And I know you guys had deep conversations about this, but but it's a little troubling looking at, I'm sure there are some historical racial biases or historical reasons for why that they are opposed to this system. And I know we just got the report and haven't read it yet, but the fact that this is still being considered, I'm just trying to weigh those two. So can you guys just kind of fill us in a little bit more about what the rationale is behind using this? Because it sounds like this is a good system, but politically it may not be the right thing to do. Or is it that, you know, this is just not the right thing to do because of who will be implicated the most if we use this system? I hope that question's clear.
Well, and Genevieve, feel free to fill in any blanks here. Lois, I think you also, I think I understand the question. I think you also answered it to a degree as well. There's definitely, again, as you mentioned in the text there, 2017, a bill was run, but there was political opposition. And I think there's a couple of components I would want to add for context, and Genevieve, correct me here if I don't get this, if I don't thread this needle. There's definitely concern that state government would have a ton of information just sitting on servers about the people that are interested in participating. We would just hold on to that. And you know how great we've been lately with personal information. I loved changing all of my bank account information in the last 2 years. And I think the other component that we heard too, that is actually and Genevieve, this is where I'm going to try and ask for a little more of your guidance if I'm misrepresenting this, but is back on you all, is if we have a wrap back system, and say you hire an employee and they've been there with you for 2 years and they leave, you get their information if they go to Vegas and something happens, and you are required to come back and say, I no longer have this person, I no longer employ them, and I should not be getting this information. So there is also a weight on you to be updating your information when people are leaving, so that you do not receive information. Because the other benefit would be is if you do have an employee who were to come up on have an arrest record or have an arrest over the weekend, you would be informed right away. So there's, again, it's all of these give and take scenarios where it might be beneficial in some instances, but it still might have some drawbacks in other scenarios. Genevieve, did I state that accurately, or did I misrepresent that?
No, I mean, I think that is something we'd have to consider of how to do that. I think, Lois, your point of like, is this still being considered and why? I think Max sort of hit the nail on the head in his presentation of there are trade-offs, right? If we want to have a system that is very efficient and moves people through quickly, and also is more real time, to Max's point about like, you could have an employee in your employment today who commits a crime, and if they're, or who leaves and you don't know that they've left because they've committed a crime, and they come back and they're still within their time, like that you wouldn't know that until they go up for renewal for their background check. So if you want that system, like the wrap back is the way that the federal FBI sort of allows us to do that. So there's some positives to it for that reason. And there are some real racial equity, social justice concerns. It doesn't mean that those concerns couldn't be addressed. What I think that the report is pointing to was that this group was A, not the right group to address all of those concerns, and B, there wasn't time to do the right work. And so the report sought to say, here's what you would need for efficiency, but you would need to do a lot of work with stakeholders to design this in a way that addresses the very real racial equity and social justice concerns. And unless you do that, there's probably no path to getting this implemented. So that's sort of like, the group didn't want to just dismiss it out of hand, but didn't want to also ignore the very real concerns that are out there.
I see Jamie's hand up as well.
Yeah.
Hi, I realize that after the background check is filed and, it goes through all the systems that it takes a while. And I understand the complexity of that, but at least in some of our more rural parts of the state, we can't even get appointments to get a background check. That is not a federal problem. That is a state problem. Because my background checks, once the staff get fingerprinted, most of them come back pretty darn fast.
Yep.
Sometimes even that day. But when we only have one place for a city of almost 100,000 people who does part-time background checks for all of these departments, and staff have to drive to other cities to get them, that is low-hanging fruit that DCYF could pick up and handle. And I don't know if you would be getting quite the kickback from all of us providers if we could actually get people in and out really super quickly. I think that's half of the problem here. And when we've inquired about it, it's been like, well, we don't have anybody who wants to do it. Sorry. And for me, that's not an acceptable answer. We gotta make more time to do it. And we gotta find more people to do it. And I think it just seems like an easy solution when you're talking about these massively complicated systems. This one should be easier to fix.
Yeah, so I 100% agree, Jamie. So I will note that in last year's budget proposal DCYF made to the governor's office, we did ask for staff to be able to have the fingerprint background capabilities in DCYF offices. That was not included in the governor's budget last year. So we did put that forward, and I will note that we did get that as a recommendation in this report as well. So we recognize that problem. We did put forward a solution, but it has not yet been picked up, and it's not something that we have the funds to just do. But we have worked with our fingerprint vendor, who has agreed that if we have the funds, we could. And we worked out like sort of a plan of what that would look like with having administrative staff, so that a number of offices across the state, starting with those that are having the most issues with availability, would have DCYF staff be able to administer fingerprints. But unfortunately, we have not yet. That didn't make it past the governor's office last year. And so hopefully with these recommendations being in the legislature, that's something that could move in a different way. So definitely hear you on that one.
And I think just for you didn't hear this from me, Jamie, but I think the piece here is that was one of the highlights in the report. The consultant we worked with did a great job putting together a heat map, and it's pretty clear from those visuals. Like if you're on the I-5 corridor, if you're in an urban area, you've got options. If you're not, it's really hard to get fingerprinted. And so you might be waiting a week to go set an appointment. You might be driving a long period of time. Yeah, I mean, it's not smooth. And I think what would be helpful is if maybe, yeah, this is also for Genevieve, I think, but it would be great to hear some having the information and the narrative and the stories of the impact for the rural communities. I think those help in the decision package process when we evaluate information to say, oh, now we understand the impact and what this could do. Because I think that visualization, I think, helps tell a story. And then if we can hear as well from providers that the qualitative impact, I think that would be helpful as well.
I mean, I don't even consider ourselves a rural area. We're on the I-5, we're in Bellingham.
Well, you said 100,000. I'm like, you're not even rural. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, and that's what I mean. I know that if I was in Seattle or, Spokane or one of those bigger cities, we'd have more options, but I don't even feel that rural. But I think that's the frustrating part. Like if I was in OMAC or something, I could completely, that is rural, right? So it's just one of those things.
No, I appreciate that.
It sounds like what Max is saying is that the governor's office would love to hear more stories on this. So Max, are you a good contact for folks if they have stuff on background checks, or who is the right person?
You know, we've had, I would just say this, we've had a little bit of shuffling in our office with the budget assistants who serve DCYF in the last month or two. So I would have to go back and do a tiny bit of looking. To be honest with you, I'd kick it back to you so you could include it in any decision packages that you would want, but that's not going to be you in 2 days. So yeah,
All right, well, we'll figure that out.
we'll figure it out and get you some information, Jamie. I'll stick around for like 2 minutes, go off screen and find the person and then send it in the chat before I leave.
I was going to add
There were a couple of questions.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Veronica, and then I want to make sure we capture any questions that were in the chat.
So I was going to add that I've also bumped into where there's educators that have gone to go get a background check, and because of a typo or anything in there, they're not able to. So that makes them go back. So it's much worse when they're in a rural area, and it prolongs it. I would recommend something in the system that, aside of it just saying there, you know, something so that it doesn't prolong it longer, because then it takes another week or two or even more, and then educators are suffering, or centers especially.
Thank you for that.
So I'm wondering if we can, there's a lot of things in the chat there that are maybe can't be answered today. Is this something where if community engagement capture, I know that they do, they capture all of the comments. If they sent them to you, Max, would you be able to send back written answers to get back to the group on?
I can do my best. I'll be honest. I think the other piece of it here is OFM was really sitting in the facilitation seat. So a lot of it's in the report, but I'm not super tied to the system in the sense of we don't do background checks. So I might not be we had a lot of great technical staff who were a part of this group from the agencies. At a minimum, I could send them on to them and try and get that back to folks.
Okay, same with the stories. I think if folks have stories, maybe they can email them into community engagement and we can work on, compiling that and getting it shared. It is 12:31 and we were supposed to go to lunch at 12:15. So we are going to break for lunch, come back at 1 o'clock, and then we'll go into the legislative updates and other topics. Make sure you take the Provide Survey Monkey your feedback, and we'll see you guys in half an hour at 1 o'clock.
And thank you, Max, for being willing to be on the hot seat here.
You bet. Thanks for inviting me.
Everybody back from lunch? So our next presentation is Genevieve's presentation updating us on the legislative session planning. I know we've probably touched base a little bit already in the past session, but Genevieve, if you want to take it over. Genevieve back. Genevieve.
She is here.
I'm like,
Okay,
I'm
here we
on
go.
mute. I know people can hear me.
This is Genevieve. I'm sorry. Were you talking? I wasn't hearing anything. I thought we were still, it must be my connection. It was completely silent. I'm here if that's what you're asking.
Nope, I was just introducing you again to give us some more updates on the legislature. So yeah, go for it.
Okay, thanks. Sorry about that brief connection issue. It's always, it's not one thing, it's another. Okay. So I am gonna go through at a decently high clip our decision packages for this year. Since I've been here, I think this might be the second or third time that we've talked about these. I am going to, I have some slides and then I can take a few questions. I'm going to do my part a little bit shorter because I think that a lot of what we're talking about on sort of like big picture issues and with the system and what are some things that like I think we'd all like to see change are really going to fold into some of the work that Nicole is going to present on. So Nicole and I are just going to try and like seamlessly transition from my deck to hers to sort of keep the conversation going about where are we going in the system. And then I will note, I do see that there were a couple of questions from my earlier opining about capital gains that I am going to get to as I go through my presentation too. So a couple people put those in the chat and I have not lost track of those. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen and go forth and conquer here. All right, from beginning. Can y'all see that? Katie, can you give me a thumbs up if you can see it? Because you're the top face I see on my.
Yes, I can see it.
Beautiful, thank you. Okay, so as a reminder, we're going into, as I mentioned earlier, we're going into a supplemental session. So this is for our proposals for the 2024 legislative session. Okay. So I want to note that just as we were talking about earlier, we are, what month is it? August. So we're right here, right before we submit our requests to the legislature, but we are just finalizing number counts. You know, we've been doing work on these and we're just finalizing the math right now. That question of how much revenue does the state have, we'll get another picture at that in November. Could go up, could go down, we don't know. And then the governor will look at that to make his budget proposal. And then we get another look at the revenue, could go up, could go down in the spring. And that's what the legislature will use to determine how much money they can put into the budget that actually gets enacted. So what you saw this spring that came out in Seattle Times, that is money that the legislature has collected, but whether or not our revenues continue to go up or go down remains to be seen. So I've showed this with y'all before, but I just want to like make sure I keep, well, DCYF keeps bringing this up. We're in a supplemental year. We are in the middle of implementing hundreds of millions of dollars, like $500 million of new investments from this last session, plus the stuff that was from Fair Start for Kids Act. The revenue picture is, it's like a pinball machine. Boop, 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 boop. Some of it's up, some of it's down. Projections are still, like every economist is saying, we're probably going to go into a recession, and yet employers keep hiring new staff across all sectors. So it's very hard to tell what's going to happen, but we have to be cautious. The governor's office is going to be cautious because the overall picture seems to indicate a slowing economic outlook. Okay, so our overarching framework as we move forward is supporting access, affordability, and quality. And just as a reminder, the sort of existing projects that we're implementing that we received funding already for are, you know, all of the new FSKA elements that are still coming online. We just got a rate increase, a giant rate increase for Working Connections. Definitely not going to get us to where we need to go, but we are implementing that step in that good direction. Still working on getting towards ECAP entitlement. And we're in the middle of working on our cost of quality care rate model setting. So with all of that context in mind, this is what all the pieces we think about as we go forward to make our asks for this year. We've got a few packages. So the Making Childcare Work for Families package includes allowing participation in ECAP, early ECAP, Head Start, and early Head Start as an approved activity for Working Connections. Also, for households with a child who was receiving Child Protective Services and is now being adopted or going into guardianship, giving them 1 year of Working Connections eligibility. Just as a reminder, children who are still receiving Child Protective Services do have that eligibility. This was closing a gap that we had of once the child has reached a permanency plan that is not going back to their biological family. This was like the one pocket of kids who weren't covered. And so we're wanting to cover them. And then excluding child support, Social Security, and supplemental security payments as countable income for Working Connections and ECAP. I'll note this was a great recommendation, came to us last year from the Parent Ambassadors Group, and we put some of these forward last year, didn't get funded from the governor's office or from the legislature, but they're small things that we think could have meaningful impact. And so putting them forward again. And I should pause and remind folks that these numbers are approximate. We're still calculating the numbers, so don't take these to the bank, as it were. But we will get you numbers once we have the final numbers to submit. So the next package has several things in it. We have expanding infant toddler access. Has two sort of subparts to that. One is providing some contracted slots for child welfare childcare, which basically just means keeping some slots open. And this is something we're going to test out because it's not something we currently do, so that access to childcare is not a barrier for the best case placement for a child if they have to be removed from their family. If a child is removed from their family, almost always the best place for them is with kin or a fictive kin, the suitable other. And if the adults can't show that they have adequate childcare to meet their needs, we can't place a kid with them. And so we also know that infant toddler care is the hardest to find, and we are seeing that this has been a barrier for some placements. And so we're trying to test out how we can make sure that childcare isn't a barrier to the best placement for a child. The other thing we want to do is increase our infant rate enhancement to $500 a month, again, to incentivize providers to care for infants, knowing that it's like the business model is not working currently to care for infants. And so we're trying to provide more money to help make that easier on the business model for providers and thereby serve more families who need that care. Similarly, we are planning on increasing the non-standard hour bonus. Same issue with the infant care, although it's a little bit exacerbated just by like the time frame. It doesn't feel feasible for providers to offer this kind of care, and so we want to increase the non-standard hours bonus so that more providers will offer this, and that will help out more families. Oops, clicking on the wrong thing. Also in this package, talked about this for a while, aligning our overpayment collection with federal requirements. The feds will now allow us to not recoup the money if a provider has accidentally like overbilled or billed incorrectly. And we want to be able to meet that new federal allowance and give grace to providers who accidentally bill incorrectly. But we need money to do it. Not a ton of money, you can see. Jacqueline, you have your hand raised.
Sí, no sé si haya todavía Humberto para que me pueda hacer la traducción.
I don't know if Humberto is still on.
Yeah, Humberto.
Our,
they needed to go to another meeting.
Oh,
and so I would ask community engagement. What is how can we help to make sure? My Spanish is like this.
Oh, okay.
I can help.
Gracias, Verónica. Lo que quería era hacerles una inquietud o algo que tengo estoy viendo los baggage que están presentando y yo no sé si DCYF ha tenido en cuenta de hacer un cambio en los niveles de calificación de los padres, porque si vemos así, no sé si ya los actualizaron porque en el 2022 yo miré que todavía no se estaban actualizando al nivel de vida que está ahorita en proporción. Porque si una pareja de personas, está ganando un averaje de $8,000 al mes y necesita cuidado para 3 niños, que vendría siendo el costo que nosotros les estaríamos cobrando si no califican en el programa, $4,185 por 3 niños, que sería un bebé, un toddlers y un niño pequeño. Entonces, serían $4,185, un salario de $8,000, les quedarían $3,815. Si a eso ellos tienen que pagar un mortgage y una renta y la comida, serían $3,600, que sea el pago de su casa $1,800. Entonces, esas personas no están calificando para el cuidado de niños. ¿Y qué es lo que pasa? A las proveedoras, pues son niños que no llegan porque sería casi imposible que esas personas pudieran pagarnos. Entonces, si se extiende el nivel de calificación que se pueda poner al nivel de vida que se está ganando y que están los niveles de inflación, entonces pudieran calificar, porque eso a las proveedoras sí nos afectan, esos niños, porque entonces son niños que no llegan a nuestro cuidado. Entonces, si se está mirando en que haya un mejor cuidado para los niños, esos niños, ¿dónde quedan? Quedan en espacios donde no están calificados y no tienen el cuidado que nosotros le podríamos proporcionar, y que tienen un derecho también a que puedan darle ese acceso. No sé si tienen considerado en los baggage eso, el DCYF.
Her question, gracias. Her question is more of a concern, kind of, that do you know if they're in the budget, since it's such a huge budget? Is there also a way where parents are going to be able to be qualified, being that the cost of living is so high, and the costs that the parents have. For instance, you gave an example of a family is making $8,000 a month. Their mortgage, well, just on childcare, it would be right about 3,600. Let me see, I think 4,185, which leaves them about 3,600. Then they have life, bills, mortgage, rent, whatever. So in the budget that's coming up, are you aware of them when they're I don't know if classifying or when they're applying to see if they have opportunity to have childcare? Is that in the budget? Because her concern, as it is to many of us, is these children are not getting adequate childcare, possibly even staying alone, and then even probably having to go into foster care, while it's all because families are trying to take care of children as well. So that's her question and concern. Is that in the budget? Is it something that's going to continue because cost of living is so high?
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's a good one. So I have a two-part answer. 3 parts. First part is we're not asking for any major income eligibility increases in this budget for the 2024 session. So that's the simplest portion of my answer. But that doesn't mean that we aren't aware of the issue. So the other 2 parts of my answer are that the Fair Start for Kids Act did plot out increases to income eligibility every 2 years. And so in 2025, the Fair Start for Kids Act, which is now law, says that we must increase the income eligibility for Working Connections childcare. So we will be going to the legislature and saying next year, here's how much it will cost to do that increase that you told us that you wanted us to do. And third part to my answer is we know that that increase that's happening next year is still not going to be enough to serve the families who can't afford private pay, but still won't qualify for subsidy. And we are looking at what to do about that. And when Nicole gets on to talk about the proviso work, she'll talk a little bit about where we're going with that. So those are my 3 parts. Nothing in 24, because that would be a big new increase. And we're already told that in 25, we need to be increasing it. And then Nicole can talk about where we go from there.
So dice que están trabajando y están conscientes de que eso está pasando, y en del budget que tienen ahorita previsto no está nada de eso, pero que sí tienen de que cada 2 años van a estar incrementando los costos de vida, what would be the cost of living every 2 years?
No, it's not a cost of living increase. It is just the Fair Start said in 2025, you raise it up to, Nicole, is it 75% SMI? I don't want to get the number wrong.
I believe it is, and I would need to double check on that as well.
What is that, the chart that says how much they earn?
It's the legislature said in 2025, you increase it to 75% of the state median income. So not looking at inflation or cost of living increases, it's just in 2025, you raise it to that fixed amount. And then in 2027, you raise it to 85% state median income. So that's like what the law says right now, sort of regardless of where the economy goes, that's what is on the books.
So cada 2 años están subiéndolo. Por ejemplo, el 2025 va a ser el 70%, luego en 2 años va a ser el 80%, y así se van a estar yendo.
Ok, gracias, porque eso es una realidad que nos afecta a las calificaciones. O sea, eso afecta a las familias porque, pues, si no tienen acceso o que el copayment no le hace que sea alto, pero que les ayuden, porque pues si es cada 2 años, pues sí es un tiempo de averaje que sí representa un desnivel en los programas, bueno, a lo menos en el cuidado.
There's just a lot of unevenness.
Yeah.
In the
We hear that, and we recognize the sense of urgency there and the stress that it is putting on families. And so yeah, I just want to note that we're hearing that, and we are working towards it. We're never going to move as fast as it feels like it would be great to move, but we are moving in the direction of covering more families and serving more families. So I appreciate you bringing the family needs up, and please do continue to bring those up to us and other people in positions of authority. That is really important. Sorry, that is my toaster oven going off. I apologize for that noise.
Is there any support in the budget that's being given out? Because you've mentioned a couple of times it's a massive amount. Is there anything that's going to benefit or alleviate the cost for the families?
Yeah, so I will say that the let me pull back to those slides. These are the things that we are looking to do this year. We did just get in Fair Start some other increases, and co-payments are lower. But this is what we are looking at for this year, given that it's a supplemental budget, and given that in law, we're already being told next year is the year we're supposed to be increasing income eligibility. That's sort of the timeline that we're on right now. I want to note that, let's see, Nicole, you had your hand up, so I didn't know if you wanted to add something to what I was saying, and then I see two other hands up.
I was just going to say, so one on the timelines, yes, it's up to 75% in 2025, and then up to 85%, at or below 85% in 2027. I think one of the things that I'm hearing in this is that there's a desire to think differently about what is counted as income and what I would say, deduct from that income, because I hear you talking about the income, but the expenses, and that's a different way than we determine eligibility right now. So I just wanted to acknowledge that as well.
Gloria and then Julie.
Okay, thank you. Yes, following the conversation from another peer, yes, do you know some families, they don't make a lot of money. They make between 3,000 a month, 3,500, depending on the educational level. And sometimes they don't have access to working connections. And sometimes some of those families, I don't want to say everyone, but some of those families, they had to let the kids with an older sibling at home because they need to go back to work, or they need to with a grandparent or with a friend, and they have to go back to work. And for some, and they's having trouble to supervise their children. And later on, somebody made a CPS call because this family of this mom is very neglected, didn't take care of the children. The state comes, take the children and put them in foster homes, and the child is lost in the system. It's a lot of distress for these families when we have to go and say, let's see why you let your children alone. You don't have access to child care services. You don't have access to this. We have to go more like investigation and provide services for these families, because, you know, only take the reports and do this and do that and provoke trauma or these kids and these families. It's better to provide solutions. And also they're asking for, you're receiving a child support, and the amount is like, for example, $400 for child support that the father never is on time for the payments, or only giving this month and 3 months later he give another half payment. And but this CYF is counting that income when it's not 100% sure. And I think we have to be a little more open mind. I don't talking about legislators because I think they earn the good money and they don't care about poverty. But I'm here working with children. We have to be more investing time and do this kind of investigation, go more deep, support families, help families, provide resources, connect with resources, and start to removing the children and separating families and get more access to services, what is in the house. And I think the money who is coming from the government is for families, but then sometimes, and I feel a lot of respect for all you are here working, but sometimes they is putting more offices, more departments, that some of that money, more departments, somebody to get more data, more numbers, more this, more that. But what about the deep in-person services? The money has to be allocated there for families and for the educators, and yes, the licensors, the maybe immediate supervisors. We need also somebody to put data, but it's only a number, it's not a name, it's not a family, it's not an ethnic. I think we have to be a little bit more conscious how we can support better, how we can invest this time to start solving some challenges. Because we present the challenges, go in the data, present the data, go in the computer, and that's it. And legislators listen or read, and they don't understand what we're talking about because if they are not doing the job, and they approve something else. If we really want to have better results, we have to start with early learning, early days that time the kid born, and we can have better results in the future. But if we don't put much attention in here, I think we're going to have a lot of challenges like this. And I don't have any bad about you because I know everyone, mostly the ones are here working so hard, but we have to advocate more strong to support this family, support our community, because it's the way we are around.
So Gloria, I appreciate that. And I appreciate some of the comments about supporting like families. And so I'll just go back to what I said. We are doing work to have some things this year within what we can do in the supplemental. And then we are doing work to increase eligibility next year. And then, like I said, Nicole will talk a little bit more about this. I am gonna try and move on because we're running behind. I see that there are some questions in the chat, and there are some questions in the chat that are in Spanish. And so if somebody from community engagement wants to help make sure that those are translated. Like I said, my Spanish is not up to the task of translating those. We can get those answered after today.
Yes, we will.
Julie, I do
We've got
see your
them
hand is
captured.
up. Thanks, Eric. Julie, if you wouldn't mind putting your question in the so that we still have a path to getting it answered. But
I just realized Lois just
want
asked the question I was going to ask. So.
Okay, great. And then if we have time later, I can come back to them. Okay, so where was I? 9 standard hours, overpayment collection, shared services and technical assistance. So this is both the shared services work, which is providers can buy in and share back-end services like accounting, HR, et cetera. And then as we have heard from y'all, and an example of like we are listening to some of the things. We know that providers sometimes struggle to access the grants and other things that we have available. And so we want to contract for some and have some staff to provide support to providers who are looking to access our grants and our resources. So that's what that is. Again, a small ask there, but could have a meaningful impact on providers being able to provide access. Our next ask is preparing for ECAP entitlement. I want to note that we asked for a rate increase, a 40% rate increase last year, and we did not get all of that. And this seems like a lot of money, but it is not a new thing because the legislature has already put into law that we have to get to entitlement. So that's why the numbers seem a little bit bigger here, but it's not it still fits within the supplemental idea because we are trying to just get to what is already in law that we need to get to. So we are asking for a rate increase. We're asking for some new slots, again, to get us to that total number that we need to have in 2026. And then going back again, we asked for last year and didn't get funded for quality infrastructure resources to make sure that those costs aren't passed on to providers. We have an ask that is the bill that was passed on transitions to kindergarten tasked us with doing some coordinated recruitment and enrollment work, but because of the timing and how that bill moved during session, we were not able to ask the legislature for the funding to do this work. And so sort of an unfunded mandate. And if we have to do this, then we have to pull from somewhere else. So we're just asking the legislature to fund this part of the work that we were tasked with doing. Early support for infants and toddlers. This is something that just as a tangential that we're asking for some funding to ensure ESIP providers are compensated for their services. So the last thing I want to note, we sort of started to touch on some of this, is that we're always looking out 2 sessions in the future. And in 2025, we are asking for the cost of quality care rate model. So I know that there was a question in the chat about like rate increases for providers. That's going to be a huge ask, and we're in the middle of putting together that rate model. We have to ask for a lot more resources to get to ECAP entitlement. As I noted, we're going to be asking to expand subsidy eligibility to higher income brackets, at least what the Fair Start for Kids Fair Start for Kids Act told us to do. And then we're working on some things for eligibility alignment to make it easier for families to participate in our systems. I'll note, like I said, this is my last meeting in this capacity. So please reach out to Nicole or to this email address if you have questions that come to mind after this meeting. And Allison Christinger, who leads this division, will help to make sure that those get answered.
We are only 3 minutes behind, so I'm wondering. Yeah, I'm wondering if you have an answer to the question Lois posed. That was my question as well. I'll just read it. Did you read it already? Or, I mean, I can read it out for everyone if that helps.
Yeah, so I think that what you're asking for is the enrollment-based pay. So it's not that family homes are just getting an extra random amount of money per month. But so just to clarify for others reading this, so what I think I'm actually going to do is kick that over to Nicole, who can talk a little bit about where we are with that and where some of the federal suggested changes might be that might be informing some of what we're thinking of there. Not to punt, but I guess I'm now practicing punting since that is my where we're at. So let me transition over to Nicole.
Thanks, Genevieve. And Julie, I see the question is about the cost of care enhancement. And so.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So the reason that is not in there is that is something that would be considered new. And we are really focusing on the asks that we had last year as it related to infant and toddler rates and the non-standard hour bonus as we work towards that larger cost of care enhancement. So that's why that wasn't in there. That's actually, I'm recalling, I'm not sure we've talked about that before when we've talked about this. And so, yeah,
I don't think anybody knew that was an option until it happened for family homes. So it was like, ooh, now that that's happened, is there a plan maybe in the future for parity?
Yeah, and when that was bargained with licensed family homes, it was also bargained as a way to have some continued movement towards the cost of care, recognizing at the time that it was bargained that I think we were still paying at the 85th percentile of the 2018 market rate survey. And so this was a way for us to start some of that cost of care study work. The intent is, as we move to cost of care, that $2,100 goes away as we look at what the cost of care is. Now, granted, that is all subject to bargaining with the union.
Which is probably a perfect segue to Nicole's next topic.
Yeah, we'll just move right into that. So we're doing the preschool development grant and childcare access and living wage proviso, which I'm really interested in the last part. But we've got 3 presenters doing that today. Nicole Rose, who is our DCYF's Assistant Secretary to Early Learning. We've got Tracy Kenny, who's the Preschool Development Grant Administrator. And Matt Judge is here, and he's the Federal Incentive and Collaboration Administrator. And we're just so glad you guys are all here. Take it away, whoever's running that show.
No, I think we may have reversed order here, and we're going with early care and education access and living wage proviso first. And as Genevieve was talking and some of the questions that were coming up, I think this is really trying to get at a lot of the things as it relates to the number of providers that we have, family eligibility when we think about the amount that families are paying for care. And so just want to talk a little bit about what the proviso actually says, and talk through some of the timelines. And I'm going to ask Matt to jump in here on some of these pieces, because there's a lot of work that's interconnected here with the cost of care work that's happening, the preschool development grant and labor market analysis work. And then have some time for you all to tell us what's most important to you as the department thinks about this work. So as we, if we can go to the next slide, this is just a reminder of the universe of early care and education in Washington and DCYF's role in that space. And so when we think about all children birth through age 12, there's about 1.1 million children. At DCYF, we license childcare, certify childcare for payment only. And our public funding really comes from our child care subsidy programs and state-funded pre-K and early CAP. And we have federal Head Start that is in there as well, and then family, friend, and neighbor care. So as we think about early care and education access, we want to think about all of those spaces, including preschool, so that we can really understand where families are. So as we think about what the asks are, we can have a good picture of what that looks like. So if we want to go to the next slide. This is the language from the proviso, and I think some of the most important things on this are that we're required to submit an implementation plan. So it's not a report. It's not, here's what we think should happen. It's a, here's what we think the implementation plan should be to expand access to the mixed delivery system. And that it must assume that any financial contribution by families is capped at no more than 7% of their household income. And then there is the piece around the child care workforce as provided living wages. The Fair Start for Kids Act really looked at capping copays at no more than 7% of the family's income. But as we look at this early care and education access proviso, this is really looking beyond those populations that have subsidy eligibility at this point in time. So where do we really get to a point where that families who want to participate in high quality childcare, that their cost is no more than 7% of their household income? So we have to report this to the legislature by June 30th of 2025. And you can see where it's asking us to align with Fair Start for Kids Act, which were those beginning investments that look at alignment with the cost of quality care rate model, which is happening right now with the design team, where they're looking at that cost study and saying, okay, how do we take all of the things that we know and move to that cost of quality care rate model? We will need to include any timelines, costs, statutory changes. How might this get phased in? And then this has to be developed through partnership with the statewide child care resource and referral organization, which is Child Care Aware, and then 925, SEIU 925, and in consultation with families. And so part of our ask today is to really help us think through how do we best engage with providers, with families, and what are some of the questions that we need to be asking. So if we can go to the next slide. So when you're trying to fit all these different puzzle pieces together, like I talked about, we're building on that foundation of the Fair Start for Kids Act, the rate model. And then we have the early care education access and living wage proviso. And as we think about this, we really want to think about where are all the spaces and places where families are receiving services, whether that's in a center, a licensed family home, a license exempt provider, where might they be receiving preschool services in our mixed delivery system, and where is that before and after school care happening as well? Because we want to make sure that this integrated system is affordable, that we're looking at birth to 12 years old, and that we still have that eye on child outcomes and supporting family well-being. We also, in doing this, want to make sure that there is true choice for care and that providers have the resources that they need to recruit and retain a thriving workforce. And so Genevieve talked about accessibility and affordability, and I think part of this is also workforce development and well-being as we think about the living wage piece. So if we want to go to the next slide. This is a timeline that I'm going to ask Matt to weigh in on a little bit, but really trying to show that there's a lot of momentum and investment that had happened from the Child Care Collaborative Task Force, Fair Start for Kids Act, Child Care Collaborative Task Force, rate model development, as well as timelines that we're trying to align with the Child Care and Development Fund work. And before I turn it to Matt, I just want to say that we know that additional investments are needed, and you are sharing that today about why we need to get to that cost of care and make sure that we're increasing family eligibility. And we know that the Child Care Collaborative Task Force and others have done a lot of great work. And so part of this is also looking at what are all of the recommendations that came out of those reports that we want to make sure with your input that go forward in that implementation plan. But Matt, I'll turn to you for just a moment if there's anything you want to say about this before we get to your PDG piece later.
Sure. Well, I think the things to focus on right now, the really critical work is the rate model development, because that will turn what we have learned through the Child Care Collaborative Task Force's cost model into an actual proposal for a rate structure. And so we would submit a decision package in 2024 for the 2025 legislative session to set rates according to that work. So that's a really huge, momentous a bit of work. And I think less interesting probably is the federal requirements here. We've already submitted for their approval our methodology for setting our rates, and I expect to hear positive results from that. And consistent with their requirements, every 3 years, we will do a new survey or study with providers so that the cost model is informed with up-to-date data, and so that we can see, what it costs, what providers need to be paid to meet their cost to provide care as time goes by. So all this really culminates in 2025, when we will have an ask of the legislature to get those base rates aligned with the cost of care, and we have a plan for living wage for the whole workforce and accessibility for families. Did that help, Nicole?
Yeah.
Others?
Yeah, thank you. And Julie, your question about the compensation technical work group reports, yes, that would get incorporated into this. So we're working with our partners, and Matt can talk more about this when we talk about preschool development grant, around looking across all of the reports that have been done to date to see what is it that we would bring forward from those, and is there any gap in that analysis that we need to consider moving forward. I also want to acknowledge that there is deep community work that is happening related to increasing access to care. And so part of what we also want to do is connect with Washington Communities for Children and others around how all of that work fits together and that those community conversations can help inform the statewide implementation plan as well. We want to go to the next slide. So this is an opportunity that we wanted to give you all to provide some feedback. And these are just questions that are about some initial guidance around outreach, things we should be really thinking about. What are the things that we need to be thinking about from the child, family, and provider perspective? And we did and had the same conversation with ELAC last week. And they asked that we send forward the JAM board that they had been providing some input on, so you could see some of their thinking, but would love to give you all some time either in large groups or small groups to take a look at that JAM board and just provide some initial thinking. Some of the things that we really heard was, we've provided recommendations on this. Let's not reinvent the wheel. That's why I think it's really important to go back and look at, do those recommendations still resonate? Many of them probably do. Are there places that we, that folks want to make changes? So that's part of the work that we'll be doing. So I will pause there. Also want to acknowledge that Genevieve is here and she put something in the chat, and just Genevieve, you will be missed, but Genevieve won't be going far. She'll still be very connected to this work in her new role. So Julie and team, I'm not sure, do you want to do large groups or small groups? Or large group discussion or small group discussion?
You mean just about the JAM board? I was wondering if there were questions. No.
We can absolutely do questions, and then with the JAM board, I'm wondering if y'all want to do small group or large group discussion.
Yeah, I think we should at least break into maybe 3 groups. I mean, I don't know how many, I didn't look to see how many of you are DCYF today, but even if there's 8 to 10 of you.
And I know Nicole probably will say this multiple times, this is not your only opportunity to engage on this topic. So just know that as well. I know we're getting close to the end of the day, but just want to flag that.
Okay, thanks for that.
It is the beginning. So any questions before we go into some smaller groups?
Well, I mean, I've wondered about this quite a bit, the whole family income capping out. That would mean that more families would get assistance from the state for paying for childcare. And I'm hoping that that doesn't mean that they have to go through the process that subsidy families go through to qualify. It is, pretty invasive and it takes a long time, and they're on hold for hours. And so I'm wondering if there will be a different process for families that are not trying to qualify based on being low income, or how does that get incorporated?
I think that is a great question, Julie, and something that I would say flag. I think one of the things I would also say, what is it? Does this provide opportunity to further streamline the process that we have now, so we're not running 2 different systems? So I think that's a great topic. And I apologize, you all. I was thinking we were going till 3, and it is 1:49, and we're going until 2. So there's also that.
Yes, there's that.
I wonder, Nicole, it's such a complex topic. I wonder if there's other questions that we could answer today and then come and have people fill the JAM board out on their own and come back and talk through these discussion questions at the next meeting.
For sure. And I see Gloria has their hand up, and what it also makes me wonder is if it makes sense for Matt to talk a little bit more about the labor market analysis, because that might help answer some of the questions as well. But Gloria, is your hand up?
Yes, this is a question. Do you guys are thinking in some compensation for the providers? We are here spending this many hours providing some feedback for better services, because like for me from 9 to 2, I had to pay an extra staff to cover my schedule and keep my radio with my children. And I know most of the providers are here, they're doing the same thing. And we're advocating for fair pay, but at the same time, we want to be supported, but we spend extra spending. I would like if we can have access to extra substitute time for cover these hours this time. I think that will be awesome for us, and I believe more providers be involved in here.
So Gloria, as we think about living wage and compensation, what are the other supports and resources that are needed? Is that a fair statement? Such as sub pool or some of those extra hours for that time. Matt, you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I would just also say that the rate model group is going to look at what do providers need baseline in terms of paid leave, whether it's for training, other issues, and other work where they will need substitutes is a part of that. So that's definitely a part of the conversation.
Okay, because right now we have only 50 hours for trainings, but I talking about these times that we are spending in these meetings, and we can have extra substitute hours plus the 50 we have already, because we still using another extra staff right now. And also I've been using that from last year too, and all the meetings I was present. And that will be a good thing for everyone who works in the child care settings with children. I think that's going to be a big support.
I'm sorry, I didn't notice who had their hand up first. Jamie, do you want to jump in?
I just wanted to ask, and this might be a silly question, but when you are talking about the cost of care, are you talking about the cost of care based on private pay rates, or are you talking about the real cost of care? Because I believe that most of us are not actually charging the real cost of care because our parents can't afford to pay it.
So glad you asked. The Child Care Collaborative Task Force's report and model that they released in December 2022 is about what it actually costs, recognizing that what parents are able to pay for in the private market isn't adequate to sustain providers. And so when we look at a rate model that flows from their model, it's also looking at what does it really cost a provider? How can they have a living wage? And what would the state need to pay for that to happen?
Excellent, thank you.
Oh shoot, there was another hand up that went down.
Veronica at one point.
Veronica,
Yeah.
did you have a question?
Well, I just wanted to circle back with one of the educators Elodia had mentioned, and you mentioned if there was any other questions or comments. One of her concerns is that she has less than 75 spots, which doesn't allow them to have ECAP. Is there a way that they can advocate or get funding, not funding, but ways for them that have centers that have a high need for ECAP to not have a cap at 75 children, like spots?
Yeah, so as we think about expansion of ECAP and ECAP entitlement, I know that there is some work happening on the smaller provider pathways and the resources and supports that they would need. And so I can take that back to that team as we look at what is the number of slots that someone would need to have to be a contractor versus subcontractor.
Okay. Elodia, ¿cuántos espacios tienen? I don't know if she'll answer, but yeah, she would like to have an opportunity to work with ECAP. Yes.
Verónica, ellos no tienen ni espacio para ICAP ahorita.
Sí, pero dice que tienen que tener 75.
No. Es que el programa que trabaja Guadalupe Magallanes, que es el de DCYF con las home daycares, tiene 75 slots nada más. Entonces preguntaba Elodia que si para ser independiente tendría ella, para poder tener ICAPs, tiene que tener 75 niños.
Ajá, fue lo que le pregunté. Y dice que están trabajando en poder ellos agarrar menos el camp que sea.
A ella le gusta, ella tiene menos, entonces la pregunta de ella era que si pudieran bajar, porque Dan sí tiene 75, pero si
fue lo
tiene,
que le dije.
no. Entonces ella tiene menos. Entonces la pregunta era que si cómo puede ella teniendo menos agarrar niños de ICA.
Ya, fue lo que le pregunté y dice que ellos están trabajando en poder dar oportunidades para ellos cuando tienen menos niños. Y va a ir a, Nico dice que ella va a llevar esa información para ver en qué pueden apoyar a personas, centros como Elodia. Thank you, Nicole. They're just clarifying. Yeah.
Was there a whole other piece that we need to get to with Tracy?
There is, and I wonder if we should ask to find time on another agenda at this group's.
How long is her piece?
Well, it's she and I think that originally the 30 minutes that we thought we could get our content into.
Yeah, being that we did put on the agenda that it was ending at 2, I guess we should do that. It's hard. We've gone over on several. We got to get the translation stuff figured out. That's only a piece of it though.
And I do want to note that it looks like Elodia is having some microphone issues. So maybe also that's something that community engagement could look into next time as well. But I just wanted to note, make sure we captured that Elodia had put that in a couple of times. And I'm sorry, Elodia, if I'm pronouncing your name wrong.
Yes.
Well, that's unfortunate. I'm really sorry that we've run up until we've run out of time. I appreciate you both coming and we'll definitely have you back. I wonder if there was maybe there might have been a miscommunication with having all 3 of you in the same time slot, not knowing how much each person needed. We'll have to follow up on that.
Yeah, the next meeting, October 11th, we'll definitely get you guys back on the schedule, hopefully.
If it would help, I'm happy to provide written content between now and then as well. Some feedback, that's perfectly adequate for us. It just all depends on what the group would like to see.
Yeah, I mean, anytime we can get information from you guys, DCYF is amazing, whether it's face-to-face, Zoom, or in writing. We'll take it. All right, well, then I guess the meeting is coming to a close. Make sure you guys do the Survey Monkeys, please. Feedback really makes a difference and lets everybody know, what you guys are really taking in and what you would like to see more of. Like I said, our next meeting is October 11th. Seems so far away, but yet it's September next month and school starts here soon. And thank you everybody for coming. It was so nice to see all the DCYF faces and some new faces that came on today from providers. And a lot of providers that brought light to our Spanish speaking providers. I think that was amazing today. It was very inclusive, I feel today. And I think that was wonderful. So, alrighty. So everybody have a great day. Have a great rest of your summer, and we'll see you in October.
Thanks, Katie.
Thanks to all the DCYF staff that attended today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.